Chapter 23:15. Sir, it's that young man. He killed our leader. A member of the Black Cavalry Regiment, who had followed them all the way back, said to the slightly skinny figure, "Brett, I don't care who you are. You're going to die." The leader stared straight at Du Xiaofu as he growled. His long and narrow eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. But he had no intention of making a move. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beast that seemed like a mix between a tiger and a dragon let out a neigh, and it opened its bloody mouth to reveal its fangs. Its entire body glowed, and it was ferocious to the extreme. It directly dashed up and pounced directly towards Du Xiaofu with the intention of directly biting Du Xiaofu into pieces. This demonic beast mount was already very strong. It was at the complete beast sovereign realm. The terrifying bloody aura it exuded caused Lin Feng and the rest to tremble. Du Xiaofu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. A faint golden light rippled in front of him. Bang, bang! However, it was this light palm that caused the void to shatter. Everything seemed slow, but in reality it was as fast as lightning. The demonic beast mount and the skinny leader did not even have time to react. They did not even know what had happened before they exploded in the shattered void and turned into a bloody mist. I said, "Don't provoke us. Do you want to die?" As such, Du Xiaofu shouted, looking at the 2,000 members of the Black Cavalry Regiment. His eyes rippled with golden light. Roar! The demonic beast roared, as if it had received the greatest shock. Instantly, fear surged in its ferocious eyes. The Black Cavalry Regiment went limp on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to recover from their shock. Lin Feng, Lin Yao, and the other members of the Lin family were also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that things were not looking good for them. The demonic beast mount was already so powerful that it was beyond what they had ever seen in their lives. However, they did not expect that the powerful demonic beast and the expert from the Black Cavalry Corps could not even withstand a single blow from the young lord. Gulp, gulp! After a few breaths, the crowd gasped. Some people's throats were boiling as they swallowed their saliva. They were dumbfounded. The 2,000 members of the Black Cavalry Regiment stood up, trembling. Their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Their leader was at the domain realm, but he could not withstand a single blow from the young man and was killed. The young man obviously did not take the Black Cavalry Regiment seriously. Such a person was not someone they could provoke. Can we set off for Billowing City now? Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the Black Cavalry Corps, causing the 2,000 members of the Black Cavalry Corps to feel their hair stand on end for no reason. Du Xiaofu's intimidation was too strong, but there was no doubt that this kind of intimidation was the most useful. Boom! A huge flying saint artifact appeared in the void of the square. It looked like a flying ship and was engraved with ancient runes. Its aura was vast. This was a flying saint artifact. Although it did not appear to be large, its interior was extremely large. It could accommodate many living beings. Du Xiaofu and the disciples of the Lin family were respectfully invited onto the flying saint artifact. They were arranged in the most comfortable places, while the others lined up to enter. Soon after, the flying type saint artifact streaked across the sky, heading towards Jadefall City. Although its speed was not as fast as the flying type saint artifact used by the Yu clan, it was still not slow. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the flying saint artifact. His eyes were closed as he rested. He completely ignored the Black Cavalry Corps. Since he had already decided to enter the Divine Temple, Du Xiaofu decided to do it openly. Perhaps it would be easier to deal with the Yu family after making a big deal out of it. Once the matter was blown out of proportion, the Yu family would no longer be able to cover the sky with one hand. On the flying type saint artifact, Lin Feng, Lin Pu, and the others were still in a daze as they stared at Du Xiaofu, who was seated cross-legged. They knew that the young man in front of them was an expert, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. Jadefall City was one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the human world. There were spatial wormholes connecting the various major cities to the divine temple. Recently, there were too many people heading to Jade Fall City. They were the younger generation of the various major powers. Under the guidance of their elders, they had to pass through the spatial wormholes to reach the divine temple. Deep into the night, Jade Fall City was still brightly lit and extraordinarily bustling. Shops were open along the streets, and the sides of the streets were densely packed with simple stalls that sold all sorts of cultivation materials and rare and strange items. When Du Xiaofu and the others arrived at Jade Fall City on the Flying Saint artifact, they were shocked by the prosperity of Jade Fall City. It was much more lively than they had imagined, and this was just one city. From the looks of it, the Danger Lands had already become an independent world. The human race had also multiplied to a great extent. The inns in the city were already filled to the brim. The spatial wormhole seemed to have been closed. Many people could only wait in the plaza. Some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, while others were strolling leisurely on the streets. The spatial wormhole will open early tomorrow morning. When the time comes, we will enter the wormhole in batches. A member of the Black Cavalry Regiment said to Du Xiaofu. His heart was still beating fast, and he did not dare to get close. Du Xiaofu ignored him. He strolled along the streets, curiously looking at the cultivation materials. However, there were some differences between this place and the Beast Alliance. Cultivation materials could be purchased, unlike the Beast Alliance, where one could only exchange for items. However, some precious cultivation materials, such as treasured herbs, artifacts, and heavenly treasures, could only be exchanged for treasures of the same level. No one would be foolish enough to sell them separately. In a few large shops, Du Xiaofu discovered some rare, treasured herbs and materials for forging talisman arrays. He exchanged them for cultivation materials of the same level. On the streets, the bustling crowd was densely packed. On both sides of the streets, the clamor of hawking reached into the night sky. It was extraordinarily lively. Young man, come over quickly. This is a map of a secret location. It contains a huge opportunity. If you can obtain it, it will be enough for you to reach the peak and make a name for yourself. You only need a sacred artifact or a half-step sacred herb. Don't miss it. A thin old man pulled Du Xiaofu back and mysteriously took out an old item from his lapel. He was afraid that someone would find it and rob it. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, shook his head, and left immediately. How was this a treasure? This was clearly a scam. Young man, I won't lie to you. You will regret it if you leave. How about this? A sacred artifact will do. How about a Dao artifact? A Dao artifact will do. Young man, don't go. Let's discuss this. Voices kept coming from behind. Let's go. Wait for me here. Lin Feng, follow me to a place, Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. Chapter 23:16. Everyone was puzzled, but had no objections. They trusted the young man in front of them. If he had any intention of harming them, he could have razed the Lin family village to the ground. After a while, at a deserted street corner, Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Sir, what are we doing here? Lin Feng was puzzled and looked around. You want to join the temple? Du Xiaofu asked Lin Feng. Of course. Only by joining the temple can I become strong. Only by joining the temple will I have a chance. Lin Feng said with determination. Du Xiaofu asked calmly, why do you want to become strong? I want to protect the Lin family village. I want to become strong so that no one will dare to bully the Lin family village. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Only by becoming strong could he protect the Lin family village. Du Xiaofu was moved. He thought of himself in the past. Wasn't he the same? Even now, only by becoming the strongest could he protect his family and friends. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you are not talented enough to pass the test and enter the temple? Du Xiaofu asked. Lin Feng, Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others' talents could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Although they were not bad, they had grown up in the Lin family village and had lost the best time to build their foundation. Among the humans in the danger grounds, they did not have much confidence to stand out and become a true paragon. Lin Feng's face darkened. When Lin Feng heard this, the look in his eyes suddenly dimmed. He wanted to join the Divine Temple, but he knew that one had to have supreme talent to enter the Divine Temple. He wasn't sure if he had the chance to join the Divine Temple with his talent. If he couldn't pass the test, he wouldn't be able to join the Divine Temple and become a cultivator. Sir, I've never thought about it before, but even if I can't pass the test, I'll still work hard in my cultivation. I'm 10 times more hardworking than others. If that's not enough, I'll work 100 times harder. I believe that I'll have the chance to become an expert one day. Lin Feng inclined his head and stared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "How about this? I have an idea. Although I cannot guarantee that you will pass the test and enter the temple, at least you will have a chance to improve. But the process is tough and tempering, and no one can take it. Of God, I don't know if you are. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Sir, Lin. No. I, Lin, 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 Lin. Lin Feng, Lin, Lin was. Lin Feng, Lin, 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 Lin. Lin was Lin, 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 Lin. Lin was Lin, Lin, Lin Feng was to Lin of. Of Lin of how of. Get up. Du Xiaofu pulled Lin Feng to his feet and smiled. Lin Feng's talent was not bad, but his foundation was not enough. If he wanted to enter the temple and become a supreme genius, he could succeed with a little modification. But the final result would depend on his own luck. Half an hour later, Du Xiaofu returned to his original place, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his face darkened. The place where Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others had been waiting was now crowded with people. There were hundreds of people from the Black Cavalry Corps riding on ferocious, demonic beasts in the middle. Every one of them was clad in black armor, and mysterious runes were fluctuating. A strong and fierce aura spread out. Compared to the people of the Black Cavalry Corps in Jade Sea City, there was a world of difference. Du Xiaofu glanced at them indifferently. Among the hundreds of people from the Black Cavalry Corps, the weakest was at the Martial Emperor realm. The one in front was a middle-aged man with a strong build and piercing eyes. He was at the Boundary Domain realm. Du Xiaofu slowly approached, the faint aura fluctuating from his body. The surrounding people were suddenly shaken and moved away involuntarily. The crowd was in an uproar. In the middle of the crowd, the hundreds of people from the Black Cavalry Corps suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu. Roar! The demonic beasts growled in a low voice, their ferocious eyes staring at Du Xiaofu. For some reason, they seemed restless and uneasy. This change caused the 100 over Black Cavalry Regiment to be secretly surprised. Their mounts were not ordinary. They were all mounts that had recognized their masters. Their cultivations were also not low. However, at this moment, they seemed to be somewhat out of their control. Du Xiaofu walked to the center of the field. He already knew that Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were not here to negotiate. He raised his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged leader. He said, "Where are the people I brought?" Hearing this, the people from the Black Cavalry Corps were secretly shocked. This young man did not seem to take them seriously. "You are the young man from the Lin family village who killed our people?" the middle-aged leader asked. He had a powerful aura. His aura fluctuated secretly, and his voice was deafening. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. "Those people wanted to kill us and massacre the Lin family village. Shouldn't we kill a few of them?" Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged leader and said, "Could it be that the Black Cavalry Corps is under the control of the Yu family?" Hearing this, the middle-aged leader's face changed. He said, "The Black Cavalry Corps is under the command of the Sage Temple. They are directly under the command of the Renhuang. Apart from the Renhuang, no one can mobilize them. No matter what the reason is, you must come with us for killing our people. After the investigation is done, if you are not in the wrong, you will not have to bear the main responsibility. You mean even if it is not my fault, as long as I kill the Black Cavalry Corps, I have to bear the responsibility? Du Xiaofu said indifferently. He could tell from the man's words that the Black Cavalry Corps was not under the control of the Yu family. It was just that the Yu family had many people in the Black Cavalry Corps. Among the human race, not only the Black Cavalry Corps, no matter who it is forbidden to kill and bully the weak. Those who violate this rule will be punished. If the other party is guilty, the Sage Temple will judge, the middle-aged leader said. Someone wanted to kill me. I killed him. Is that a crime? Du Xiaofu asked, looking directly at the middle-aged leader. This. The middle-aged leader was slightly stunned. He said in a low voice, You have the ability to kill the other party. If they wanted to kill you, they would not be able to do so. You mean the Black Cavalry Corps can kill me, but if I defend myself, I will be guilty? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He stared at the middle-aged leader and said, Then I want to kill you now. If you dare to fight back, you will be guilty. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of the middle-aged leader like a ghost. Chapter 23:17. Everything happened too quickly. The middle-aged leader didn't even have time to react when the figure in front of him expanded rapidly, appearing right in front of him in an instant. Even more shocking to him was the mount beneath him directly fell limp, whereas the profound energy on his body was obstructed while his soul core trembled as if he'd fallen into a swamp. His entire body was confined, and he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If I want to kill you now, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm. You won't even have the strength to retaliate. Du Xiaofu stopped in front of the middle-aged man, his feet hovering in the air as he stared at the middle-aged man with disdain. You have half an incense stick's worth of time to bring back the people I brought here. If you lose even a single strand of hair, I'll raze Jade Falls City to the ground. If you don't believe me, you can try. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu landed on the ground, golden light surging beneath his feet. Rumble. As Du Xiaofu landed on the ground, the entire Jade Falls City shook as though there was an earthquake, causing all living beings to tremble uneasily. Awoo! All the demonic beast mounts let out low growls, their eyes filled with reverence as their bodies trembled. The members of the Black Cavalry Regiment trembled. That formless aura was too terrifying, almost causing their Yuan spirits to shatter. After that, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes, no longer speaking. The one who was the most shocked was none other than the middle-aged leader. The seal on his body had disappeared. His Yuan spirit was no longer suppressed, but the shock in his eyes was even more intense. His cultivation base was at the world domain realm, but in front of this young man he was like an ant. Such a young man was simply too strong. One could only imagine how strong he was. This was definitely not an ordinary person. Sir, please wait a moment. The middle-aged leader came back to his senses, and his attitude changed. He signaled to Du Xiaofu, and then pulled up his demonic beast mount, and left with the people of the Black Cavalry Corps. The members of the Black Cavalry Regiment actually left. He seems to have killed the members of the Black Cavalry Regiment, and the Black Cavalry Regiment couldn't do anything about it. The aura just now was too strong. Who is that young man? Is he a paragon heaven chosen? Lin Village? I don't think I've heard of it before. Is he going to participate in the Divine Temple's test? With such strength, he should be able to pass the test, right? The surrounding onlookers came back to their senses. Low murmurs could be heard. They were very surprised. No one came near, but no one left either. They wanted to watch the show. They didn't know if the Black Cavalry Corps would bring people over. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and rested. He did not move or shake, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear that there was only a single early-stage true saint in the entire Jade Fall City. In any case, he had already decided to go all out. Even if he wanted to make a move, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chi! But then Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and a faint golden light flashed out. "Young man, you are so strong. Are you really from the Lin family village?" An old man appeared. There was a halo of light around him. It was like a divine halo. The space around him started to distort, and the surroundings started to blur. This was a spatial barrier. At this moment, the surrounding space was blocked, and the people outside couldn't see this place. This old man appeared to be in his 60s. He was clad in a light-colored robe, and his hair was jet black. His complexion was ruddy, and his eyes were especially bright and deep. Just a single glance at him would cause people to feel as though they were about to sink in. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and when he saw this old man, he was somewhat surprised. This old man was a true Saint Talisman master, and his Yuan divinity was extremely powerful. "I'm from the Lin village." After that, Du Xiaofu replied. He wasn't nervous at all. He had long known that there were true saints in Jade Fall City, but this was the only one. The Lin village is a small place, right? I didn't expect there to be such an extraordinary young man here. Truly not simple. The old man smiled, staring at Du Xiaofu, as though he wanted to see through Du Xiaofu. But the result left him astonished. "Senior, are you also from the Yu clan?" Du Xiaofu asked. He didn't act arrogantly because he felt that this old man didn't have any malicious intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so polite. "I'm the city lord of Jade Fall City. My surname is Sun, and I have nothing to do with the Yu clan." The old man spoke, but his gaze never left Du Xiaofu. "You killed the members of the Black Cavalry unit. No matter what the reason is, there will be some trouble. Senior, do you wish to act?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Since you didn't kill anyone in my Jade Fall City, it has nothing to do with me. However, when you enter the Sage Hall tomorrow, you have to be more careful." The old man laughed. "Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I don't believe that the Yu clan can cover the sky with a single hand." Du Xiaofu replied. From the looks of it, the city lord of Jade Fall City wasn't someone from the Yu clan. Since he could warn him, it had nothing to do with the Yu clan. The Yu clan can't cover the sky with a single hand. But, young man, the Sage Hall is much more complicated than you imagine. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Are you also going to the Sage Hall to participate in the test?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. There was nothing to hide. "The person you brought with you will be fine in Jade Fall City. When you arrive at the Sage Hall tomorrow, if you are afraid that the Yu clan will cause trouble, you can go to the Sun clan first and say that I told you to go. There will naturally be people to take care of you." The old man said. "Senior, why are you helping me? We don't seem to know each other, right?" Du Xiaofu asked. In this world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, he never believed in good intentions that didn't ask for anything in return. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Indeed, we don't know each other. But for my Sun clan, there's no harm in doing so. We can even form good karma. Why not?" "Many thanks, Senior," Du Xiaofu said. He somewhat believed the words of the city lord. "Young man, I hope you can get a good result in the test. Remember, if you need any help, you can go to the Sun clan. It won't be hard to find them in the Sage Hall." As the sound of his voice faded, the surrounding space rippled. After that, his figure vanished, and everything returned to normal. And in the outside world, the space in front of him only warped for an instant. Jade Fall City Great Hall. 2 rows of figures stood there, one on each side, each with a powerful aura. On the other side, there were people from the Black Cavalry Regiment. Their auras were sharp and fierce. Among them, there was the middle-aged leader who was intimidated by Du Xiaofu not long ago. Impudent, where did this brat come from? How dare he provoke the Sage Hall? Kill him. Near the head of the Great Hall, a man in his 50s sat there. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was clad in a brown robe. His gaze was gloomy and cold light flickered in his eyes. Vice City Lord, that person is very strong. His origin seems to be extraordinary. The middle-aged leader of the Black Cavalry Regiment spoke. Lynn Village. The old man slammed his hand on his chair, causing cracking sounds to ring out. He stood up and stared at the figures in the great hall. Wherever his gaze landed, the formless fluctuations of his aura would cause several people to go limp, their souls trembling. These people were none other than Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the other members of the Lin village. They were brought to the great hall and had never seen so many experts before. They had no way to resist and were completely suppressed. Is that person from your Lin village? The old man who was addressed as the Vice City Lord stared at Lin Pu and the others. His eyes shone with sharpness as his voice reverberated through the great hall. His voice was like thunder in the ears of Lin Pu and the others, deafening their souls. Let's leave this matter to the Sage Hall. Bring these people from the Lin village back. All of a sudden, a voice rang out in the great hall. Everyone's expressions changed. This was the voice of the City Lord. This matter actually alarmed the City Lord. City Lord, this tiny Lin village actually dared to kill the members of the Black Cavalry Regiment. We can't let them off so easily. They must be killed. The Vice City Lord spoke in a heavy voice, not wanting to spare the people of the Lin village. You, though, it's not your turn to make a decision in Jade Fall City. This matter will be decided by the Sage Hall. Since you dared to kill people in Jade Fall City, I won't spare you either. His voice grew sharper, shaking the entire great hall. Yu Tho's expression changed. His eyes twitched as his countenance turned extremely unsightly. In the brightly lit Jade Fall City, the moonlight was diluted. In a secluded courtyard, a lithe figure was illuminated by the moonlight. Her jet-black hair cascaded down to her slender waist. Her long and slender legs, as well as her round buttocks, accentuated her curves. Her face was like a hibiscus, and her eyes were like stars, flickering with the light of the dawn. Not simple, even I can't see through him. In the courtyard, an old man spoke, his eyes flashing with bewilderment. This was none other than the old man's surnamed son who claimed to be the city lord of Jade Fall City, whom Du Xiaofu had met earlier. Maybe that person has some sort of secret technique to conceal himself. Otherwise, how could there be someone granduncle can't see through? The young woman turned her head, smiling at the old man. Her smile was like a rose blooming in the middle of the night, moving the hearts of people. Last Chin's little mouth is getting more and more eloquent. The old man smiled, his gaze filled with benevolence as he looked at Sun Qin. This time you came out of seclusion and passed by Jade Fall City. After you return tomorrow, the future of the Sun clan will depend on you. Hearing this, Sun Qin's expression froze. Her red lips parted slightly. Those clans are all very strong, especially Sister Limo and Yu Ming. Lu Limo is already heavily injured. Even if the Sage Hall did their best to heal her, it's impossible for her to recover in a short few days. Her strength will be greatly affected, and her competitiveness will be the lowest. It's a pity. As for Yu Ming, he's extremely shrewd and talented. Maybe he's even stronger than we imagined. He won't be too far away from stepping into the Saint Realm. The old man's gaze narrowed as he sighed. If the Yu clan really succeeds this time, in addition to Lu Limo's conditions, no one will be able to contend against the Yu clan. Why would Sister Limo take a liking to Yu Ming? Sun Qin whispered, Last Qin, just do your best. With your talent and cultivation, it's not like you don't have a chance. The old man smiled, but his smile was somewhat reserved. How could he not know that this chance wasn't too great? If we really meet, Yu Ming will definitely have to pay an absolute price if he wants to defeat me. Sun Qin's pearly white teeth parted as her eyes shone with a strange light. Mysterious runes flickered, and a vast, ancient aura pervaded the air. When we return tomorrow, pay attention to that young man. I have a feeling that he's not simple. The old man said, Chapter 23:18. That young man was not old, but he showed no fear when facing him. The formless aura around him gave him an indescribable feeling and even made him feel a little uneasy. How could such a young man be simple? He had a feeling that something was going to happen. I don't think I've heard of such a strong person coming out of the Lin family village. Perhaps he maintained his youthful appearance. Sun Qin said, but then her eyes revealed a look of doubt. With her granduncle's cultivation and eyesight, how could he be wrong? If the old man maintained his youthful appearance, he would definitely not be able to escape her granduncle's eyes. They had the same appearance, but the vitality of the young man and the old man could never be hidden. Perhaps that young man really had something extraordinary about him. Qin lass, don't underestimate anyone. There's always someone better than you. I heard that Lu Limo met a young man in the Beast Alliance who killed Luoyu of the Luoyu clan with a single move. I heard that the young man exposed his identity and went on a killing spree in the Beast Alliance. He killed several experts at the initial stage of the Saint Beast realm. Even Feng Jin was severely injured by him and left in the end. Such a young man has already surpassed Lu Limo and Yu Ming by too much. Sun Wu sighed. He was very shocked when he heard the news. He's so strong. There doesn't seem to be such a person among the younger generation of the human clan. Sun Qin's expression changed. She had been cultivating in seclusion outside and wasn't too clear about what had happened recently. However, she was certain that there was no such abnormal existence among the human clan. This matter still needs to be investigated. I only heard the news and didn't see it with my own eyes. Sun Wu opened his mouth and said to Sun Qin, Qin lass, the cracks outside have appeared again. Someone from the outside has already broken in. Granduncle, you mean that person is a human from the outside world? Sun Qin was stunned and her beautiful eyes changed. As the leader of the younger generation of the Sun family, she knew many secrets and was even more shocked. Maybe. Sun Wu raised his eyebrows slightly as light fluctuated in his eyes. He said, if a young man from the outside world can reach such a level, then the outside world is much stronger than here. I'm afraid many people can't wait and want to go out. On the street, it didn't take long for half an incense stick to burn to arrive. Du Xiaofu saw Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others. Everyone's faces were pale, and they were in a sorry state. They had been greatly shocked and frightened. They had never seen such a big scene before. After seeing Du Xiaofu, it was as if they had seen their backbone, and they immediately went to his side. Sir, the wormhole will open at dawn. There are still 4 hours left. Would you like to find a place to rest? It was the middle-aged leader of the Black Knights, but he was very polite to Du Xiaofu. No need. We'll just wait outside, Du Xiaofu said. The domain realm middle-aged man from the Black Cavalry Corps didn't say much either. He told Du Xiaofu where the wormhole would be tomorrow and left on his demonic beast mount. What's going on? The Black Cavalry Regiment actually retreated and didn't attack? The surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. They had thought that there would be a huge battle, but they didn't expect that not only did the Black Cavalry Regiment not attack, they even sent the young man back. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a thing. That young man must have a great background that can't be revealed. Someone murmured in a low voice. Otherwise, given the style of the Black Cavalry Regiment, how could they give up so easily? Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the old man from the Lin village all stared with their eyes wide open. They initially thought that they were doomed this time around. There were simply too many experts in Jade Fall City. Just their auras alone were enough to make them feel as though they were nothing more than ants. Who would have thought that these experts would actually be so respectful, as though they were wary of this mysterious young man? Sir, where's Lin Feng? Moments later, the old man from the Lin village finally calmed down and thought of Lin Feng. Don't worry, Lin Feng has already gone to the sacred hall. He won't be fine. There's no need to ask. He will naturally appear when the time comes. Du Xiaofu replied. Hearing this, although everyone from the Lin village was puzzled, No one asked any more questions. After interacting with this young man on the way here, they trusted him very much. The vast mountain range was rich in spiritual energy. Spiritual birds and beasts roamed the mountains and plains, and exotic flowers and plants covered the land. This was an extraordinary place for cultivation. It was not a place that ordinary forces could occupy. This was the place where the Liu family cultivated. Speaking of the Liu family, it was indeed extraordinary among the human race. However, the Liu family was not ranked among the superclans. They could not be compared to the Yu family, Sun family, or even the first-rate clans. The reason was simple. In order to be ranked among the first-rate clans, the clan must have at least a Saint Realm expert. However, the strongest expert in the Liu family was only at the half-step Saint Realm. Although they had many talents, without stepping into the Saint Realm, they could not rise to the next level and step into the ranks of the truly great clans. But because of the appearance of Liu Limo, the day she became a Nirvana Grandmaster, she shone brightly and shook the entire human race. Some experts in the Sacred Hall hailed her as the most talented junior in the recent tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that she would become the strongest expert of the human race in the future. With such talent and elegance, Liu Limo's appearance became the undisputed leader of the younger generation of the human race. This caused the Liu family status in the human race to rise. Therefore, although the Liu family did not have any Saint Realm experts, any other great clans would have to give them some face. Bastard, you only know how to cause trouble. If they did not show mercy, you would not be able to get up now. Late at night, in the inner residence of the Sun family, an extraordinary middle-aged man with an angry look was scolding a young man in his late 20s. The young man was wearing a green robe, but it was not ostentatious. His figure was slender, and his long black hair was combed behind his head. A few strands of hair were draped over his shoulders. He was very handsome and looked like an elegant prince. However, at this moment, the young man's green robe had a few holes. His hair was a little messy, and he looked a little embarrassed. His face was pale, and it seemed that he had some minor injuries. The young man looked at the middle-aged man. He did not dare to look him in the eyes, but he said stubbornly, that person from the Yu family was arrogant and despotic. He even went around saying that my sister would be a member of the Yu family sooner or later. I could not stand it, so of course I had to do something. Anyway, I did nothing wrong. That Yu Ming is not worthy of my sister. You, the middle-aged man, was furious, but his face darkened and he calmed down a little. He sighed and said, there are some things that you do not understand. If you had half of your sister's achievements, the Liu family would not have to do this. I am useless. If I had my sister's talent, Yu Ming would not have the chance to be so arrogant. The Yu family is obviously cheating. How shameless! The young man said angrily, you are always so sloppy. If you had half of your sister's hard work, or even half of your sister's hard work, you might be able to enter the top 300 of the saint ranking. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, the difference between his daughter and his son was too big. Sometimes he couldn't help but think that if the talent and achievements of his two daughters and son could be reversed, perhaps the Liu family would be able to truly rise. It was not a good thing that such talent and achievements fell on the shoulders of his eldest daughter. The responsibility of the Liu family was too great, and he should not let his daughter bear it. I am also in the saint ranking now, the young man whispered. Lu Mingma, you still have the nerve to mention it. There are 1,000 ranks in the saint ranking, and you are only at 999. In these 2 days, the examination of the divine palace will begin. I am afraid that you will fall to God knows where. He looked down and wanted to kick him. He knew his son's talent. If he had worked harder, he would not be like this now. The comparison between his two daughters and his son was simply a joke in the divine palace. Lu Mingma subconsciously stepped back. His father was angry, so it was better to avoid him. Are your injuries okay? staring at Lu Mingma, who subconsciously stepped back. Lu Qingping's expression softened. He could not blame his son for this. If he could be stronger, he would not have to do this. He wanted his son to become a dragon, but he was not a dragon. So how could he want his son to become a dragon? It's okay, just a small injury, Lu Mingma said. There are already people arriving at the Divine Palace. All the great families are trying to rope in the young people with potential. I will leave this matter to you. Don't cause any more trouble. If you meet people from the great families, just avoid them. My Lu family has not reached that stage and cannot be compared to them. Lu Qingping sighed. Every time the Divine Palace examined, all the great families would try to rope in some young people with potential in advance to strengthen themselves. With the Lu family's current status, they would not be able to rope in any young people with potential. However, they were too lazy to see Lu Mingma walking around in front of them. If they went to rope in some young people, they would not cause any trouble. Got it. I will do it tomorrow morning, Lu Mingma said and left the inner residence. He did not want to be reprimanded by his father again. The middle-aged man did not move. He stood there blankly, deep in thought. After a long time, his expression was dignified and helpless. He muttered softly, "Could it be that the Lu family really has no choice this time?" A moment later, in an ancient secret room, Lu Mingma's figure appeared in the secret room. She gazed at the graceful figure that was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed and said softly, "Sister, are you really going to marry into the Yu family and marry that guy Yuming? I keep having the feeling that he's not a good person." On the stone bed, the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the stone bed was surrounded by a radiance. There were mysterious runes fluctuating. Then the radiance dissipated, revealing a cold and enchanting face. She opened her mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times. When she opened her eyes, the radiance fluctuated and the aura fluctuated, causing the secret room to tremble. This woman was incomparably beautiful and looked somewhat similar to Lu Mingma. It was Lu Limo. Looking at Lu Mingma, a smile appeared on Lu Limo's cold and enchanting face. She said, "Did you fight with someone again? Are you all right?" "Sister, I am serious. That Yuming looks like a dignified person, but he is definitely not a good person. You have to think carefully. You cannot marry him," Lu Mingma said. "I have given him a condition. At least he has not succeeded yet." Lu Limo looked at Lu Mingma and said, "In the entire younger generation of the human clan, apart from you, who else can be his opponent? You are seriously injured and cannot defeat him." Lu Mingma said anxiously, "Let's go back. I have to recover as soon as possible. If father knows that you are here, I am afraid that he will not forgive you." Lu Limo's red lips were still a little pale. She was smiling. "Sister, you have to think carefully." Lu Mingma helplessly left. In the secret room, Lu Limo was sitting cross-legged. Her eyes were blurred. She had no choice. Even her master could not say anything. She could not refuse any more. She could only give him her last condition. Immediately, she thought of that lecher. He had been rude to her since they first met. He had even wanted to take her as a servant. Since she was born, no one had dared to speak to her like that. However, that lecher had taken liberties with her. He had hidden his cultivation and had stepped into the saint realm at such a young age. Thinking back to that guy's playful and unruly smile, Lu Limo could not help but think that if that lecher appeared, with his character, he would definitely not be able to control himself. He would definitely teach Yuming a lesson. If he defeated Yuming in the end, it would be better than marrying Yuming. That lecher is also not a good person. Lu Limo regained her senses, and her pale cheeks flushed red. She didn't know why she was reminded of that lecher. He didn't look good and had so many beautiful women around him. He was definitely not a good person. Why would she compare him with Yuming? Was it really Yuming who saved me? Lu Limo thought back. That Saint Beast realm expert was too strong. She was not his opponent, even if she used all her strength. She was unable to cross the huge gap between them. The gap between them was too huge. At the last moment, she felt a familiar aura. However, she did not see it clearly and fainted. When she woke up, she only knew that Yu Ming and the other experts of the Yu clan had risked their lives to save her. Yu Ming was also severely injured. Now, the entire sacred palace was spreading the news that Yu Ming had risked his life to save her. Lu Limo felt that something was wrong. I need to recover as soon as possible. Then Lu Limo's expression returned to its usual coldness. She sat cross-legged with a calm expression. She formed hand seals and continued to heal her injuries. As long as she could recover to 90%, there was still hope. Although it was impossible in a few days, she had no other choice. That Lin clan is actually struggling at death's door. They are still jumping around. In the night, in the main hall of the Yu clan, an elder's face was gloomy. The jade slip in his hand was broken. It emitted a dim light and then turned into dust. Chapter 2319. Pass down the order. Those from the Lin clan must not participate in the test. Be careful. Don't let this small matter affect the big picture. After that, the old man spoke. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The next morning, when the darkness before dawn passed, the first ray of sunlight rose from the eastern horizon. In the entire Jade Fall city, countless auras were awakened, soaring into the sky. Rumble. In the vast square of Jade Fall city, a spatial wormhole opened, causing the space to distort. Blinding light shone, illuminating half the sky. The spatial wormhole has opened. We can enter the Sage Hall now. I heard that the Sage Hall has gathered all the paragons of the human race. Experts are as common as the clouds. Experts from all over the world have gathered here. The entire Jade Fall city was in an uproar. To most of the people here, this was their first time entering the Sage Hall. Du Xiaofu stood at the front of the crowd, with Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others beside him. They stared at the spatial wormhole that opened, and it didn't seem any different from the outside world. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base and strength, he was also able to construct a spatial wormhole. It was just that the stability of the spatial wormhole would be different for those with different cultivation bases. Simply put, the stronger one's cultivation base, the safer the spatial wormhole would be. Wormholes weren't absolutely safe. Once they encountered a spatial collapse, the people inside the wormhole would be in grave danger. This time, it's the most lively event in the entire human race. Those of the younger generation who can pass the test will be able to stay in the Sage Hall and obtain the best cultivation resources. It's only a matter of time before they step into the ranks of the strongest. This time, it's not just a test of talent, but more importantly, it's to select a new human emperor. The new human emperor will be selected from the younger generation of paragons. This is a grand occasion for paragons. Although we won't be able to participate, it's still the greatest event in the entire human race. We'll be able to witness the new human emperor. Discussions broke out in the square, causing it to be extremely noisy. Du Xiaofu was astonished. From the discussions in the surroundings, he knew that there would be a new human emperor this time. Could it be that the human sovereign was also born from competition? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He did not know what conditions were needed to become the human sovereign. Du Xiaofu did not think too much about the position of Ren Huang inside. As long as he could enter the Sage Hall, his goal would be considered accomplished. Awoo! The familiar roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The Black Cavalry Regiment had appeared. Their auras were vast and sharp. Everywhere they passed, the crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, the Black Cavalry Regiment was escorting a young lady who was about 20 years old. She was tall and had a curvy figure. Her face was like a lotus flower, and she was very attractive. What a beautiful woman! She's so beautiful! Heavens! That's the young paragon of the Sun Clan, Sun Qin. She actually appeared in Jade Fall City. The crowd cried out in alarm and retreated one after another. Everyone lowered their heads with reverence, not daring to look directly at him. Nirvana's supremacy, immortal and imperishable. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered as he stared at the alluring woman. This was a young Nirvana paragon. Her aura was hidden very deeply, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, it could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp senses. She had reached the level of immortal and imperishable. Lu Limo, Yu Ming, and this Sun Qin were not simple. Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. No wonder the human race could rise, and the Beast Alliance did not dare to easily invade. From the younger generation, it could be seen that the human race was filled with experts, and there were definitely existences that the Beast Alliance would be wary of. Sun Qin was riding on a demonic beast mount. She had a noble aura, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. Her skin was as white as snow. When she arrived at the spatial wormhole, her eyes landed on Du Xiaofu. However, some doubt immediately flashed across Sun Qin's eyes without leaving a trace. The young man that her granduncle had mentioned gave her an indescribable feeling. He was wearing a slightly tattered short shirt that exposed his faint, purplish gold skin. He seemed to have an invisible aura as he quietly stood there. However, when she looked at him, her Yuan spirit actually faintly revealed a kind of inexplicable trembling. Although this trembling disappeared in an instant, it was enough to make Sun Qin feel astonished. She had never felt such a feeling before. Even when she met Lu Limo and the current human emperor, she did not feel such a feeling. Could it be an illusion? Sun Qin muttered. Her expression did not change. She was noble and moving, causing countless gazes in the surroundings to tremble. Please! The middle-aged leader of the Black Cavalry Regiment leaped off his mount. He was extremely respectful before Sun Qin, indicating for Sun Qin to be the first to enter the spatial wormhole. With a light tap of her foot, Sun Qin's slender and moving figure rose into the air. Like the most moving arc, she streaked across the void and directly entered the wormhole. Sir, please. After exiting the spatial wormhole, there will be arrangements and instructions from the sacred hall. After entering the sacred city, you can directly go for the test. I hope that Sir's name will resound throughout the sacred city. The middle-aged leader of the Black Cavalry Regiment spoke to Du Xiaofu, his tone extremely polite. Let's go. Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand to Lin Pu and the others behind him, and with a tap of his foot his silhouette shot into the spatial wormhole. Lin Pu and the others were extremely excited. They were about to arrive at the sacred hall, the sacred ground of the human race. They were finally about to get what they wanted. Everyone, line up and enter the spatial wormhole. The experts of the Black Cavalry Regiment had already started to maintain order, allowing the people of Falling Jade City to enter the spatial wormhole. Some of the elders and middle-aged men and women all had a jade slip in their hands, allowing them to enter the spatial wormhole. This was a jade slip of passage, and its value was not low. There were too many people entering the spatial wormhole to head to the sacred hall, and the spatial wormhole was unable to withstand such a huge wave of people. Hence, there was an absolute limit. Those of the younger generation participating in the test could pass through, but those who sent them off had to pay a hefty price. They had to spend a huge sum of money to purchase a jade slip of passage. No one dared to fish in troubled waters. The deterrence of the Black Cavalry Regiment was definitely extraordinary. No one from the Black Cavalry Regiment approached Du Xiaofu and the others from the Lin village behind him to ask for a jade slip of passage. They were already so intimidated that they could only close one eye and close the other. Inside the spatial wormhole, Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were all extremely curious. This was the first time they had entered a spatial wormhole, and they had only heard of it before. Not long after, about an hour, the light in front of them grew more and more dazzling. They had already arrived at the exit. Du Xiaofu reminded Lin Pu and the others as they flew out of the spatial wormhole. As soon as they came out of the spatial wormhole, the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth assailed their nostrils. It carried an ancient aura, and it was much richer than in the cultivation grounds of the Yu clan. What was reflected in Du Xiaofu's eyes next surprised Du Xiaofu. Originally, Du Xiaofu thought that there would be a huge square outside the spatial wormhole. He did not expect that it would be on a vast mountain range. The mountains rose and fell, and towering trees were densely packed below. The sea of trees rose and fell, and there were demonic beasts roaring and ferocious birds flying in the sky. There were also many figures stepping into the void, emanating powerful auras. Up ahead, Du Xiaofu saw the young supreme of the Sun clan, Sun Qin. She was carried by a snow-white spiritual bird, and there were many cultivators who came forward to welcome her. Their auras were very powerful, and many people around them looked at her in awe. "You can come with me to the Sun clan." Suddenly, such a clear sound transmission fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. It was very pleasant to the ear, like the cry of a lark. Du Xiaofu glanced at Sun Qin, feeling somewhat surprised. This was Sun Qin's voice transmission. "Many thanks, but there's no need for that." Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice back. "Yesterday, the city lord of Jadefall City was someone from the Sun clan." However, Du Xiaofu didn't think too much about it. Most probably, the Sun clan wouldn't be inferior to the Yu clan. They would definitely have experts overseeing them. After arriving at the Sun clan, although he would be able to guard against the Yu clan, it wouldn't be convenient for him to do things. Let alone this time around. Du Xiaofu didn't come here to avoid the Yu clan. He wasn't afraid of trouble. Upon hearing that, Sun Qin's countenance darkened. Given her attitude, she wouldn't have placed an unfamiliar young man in her heart. But earlier, she didn't know why, but she actually opened her mouth. Sun Qin didn't expect that she would be rejected by the other party when she took the initiative to invite him. Since, when would there be anyone who would reject her? Most probably, there wouldn't be anyone in the entire human race who would do so. As long as she casually opened her mouth, it was unknown how many young geniuses would rush over like tidal waves. However, that young man rejected her without any hesitation. "Let's go." Looking at Du Xiaofu, Sun Qin's gaze was complicated. There was a hint of stubbornness and arrogance, as well as a hint of anger. She then waved her hands and left. The snow-white spirit bird flapped its wings and soared into the skies. Everyone had ahead. The Saint City is 1,000 miles away. There will be people making arrangements. This voice reverberated through the void as people from the Black Knight Corps appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of the wind breaking rang out. Some of them were already familiar with this as they flew ahead. There were even some who were welcomed and left on demonic beasts. "Let's go." Du Xiaofu waved his hands and followed behind, allowing Lin Pu and the others to follow. This was only the periphery. The wormhole didn't lead directly into the Saint Palace. Perhaps it was for the sake of defending against enemies, but it was indeed much safer this way. If enemies were to invade, as long as they controlled the wormhole, they would be able to enter the Saint Palace directly. Along the way, the forests rose and fell. In order to take care of Lin Pu and the others, Du Xiaofu maintained his speed at a slow pace. Along the way, many figures overtook them like bolts of lightning. It seemed as though there wasn't just a single wormhole in the vicinity. Up ahead, there were more and more figures, as well as powerful auras. Awoo! Up in the skies, there were demonic beast mounts howling. Those who were able to ride on demonic beast mounts here were all from the various superfamilies. Most likely, their statuses weren't simple at all, and they were extremely haughty as well. Not bothering to avoid others, they soared through the skies. A gigantic bird that looked like an eagle flapped its wings and soared through the skies. Its feathers were as sharp as blades, shining brightly with a sharp aura as it tore through the void. There were many figures riding on it, and they were not far away from Du Xiaofu and the others. As they soared through the skies, the wind howled, nearly knocking Lin Pu and Lin Yao down from the skies. "Make way! Don't block the way!" A loud voice rang out as a gigantic wolf soared through the skies. Its entire body glowed with light, with a wingspan of over 10 meters. There were many people riding on it, and their auras were extremely sharp. The source of the voice was none other than that gigantic wolf. The eyes of the gigantic wolf gleamed with sharpness as it soared through the skies, rushing straight for Du Xiaofu and the others. It had no intentions of dodging at all. Did I give you guys face? Du Xiaofu was enraged. These people were truly arrogant. He instantly stabilized himself and slammed his palm out behind him. Bang! As Du Xiaofu slammed his palm out, spatial ripples manifested in the air, directly sweeping towards the gigantic wolf. The two of them collided, causing a thunderous boom to ring out in the air. The gigantic wolf had no way to turn around, and was directly smashed into the ground. Rumble! The earth quaked as the gigantic wolf smashed into the ground. Its body was already in tatters, and it was already on the verge of death. Over a dozen figures immediately soared into the sky from the gigantic wolf. Most of them were young, but there were a few middle-aged men and women with sharp auras. These people immediately glared at Du Xiaofu's group with dark and sharp gazes. They seemed to have sensed the auras of Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others, and did not take them seriously at all. One of them roared at Du Xiaofu, "Little bastard, you dare to attack the mounts of my Tao clan? You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in his 50s charged out. A vast aura suddenly rippled as he slammed his palm towards Du Xiaofu. His killing intent was sharp, and he showed no mercy at all. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted. The so-called forbidden from killing each other in the fearsome grounds was probably just empty talk. In the world of cultivators, the strong were revered in the face of absolute strength, so what if you killed them? Everything depended on one's strength and background. This could be seen from the old man's attack. Du Xiaofu made his move. A finger shot out and pierced through space. The old man had no idea what was going on, and a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. It was clean and neat. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared beside the old man's corpse. A few Qinkuan bags fell into his hand, and he threw the corpse into the air. He looked at the dozen people who were already in a daze and said, "Hand over all your Qinkuan bags, or you'll end up like that old man." As their souls trembled and their eyes filled with shock and fear, the dozen people took out all their Qinkuan bags. Although Lin Pu and the others had seen this many times, they still could not help but tremble at the scene before them. Was this mysterious lord robbing them? After putting away the Qinkuan bags, Du Xiaofu swaggered off. When the surrounding creatures saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded and did not dare to come closer. However, the journey was not short. Along the way, there were a few groups of arrogant and domineering fellows who met Du Xiaofu. They were arrogant and overbearing. The result was already decided. Du Xiaofu was merciless. He killed a few people and took away all their Qinkuan bags. Goo goo! Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the rest of the Lin family village could not help but swallow their saliva. They were about to reach the holy city, which was equivalent to being at the foot of the divine temple. This mysterious lord actually dared to do this. Did he really not care about the divine temple? Awoo! Suddenly, the void in front of them was filled with aura. Dozens of demonic beast mounts rushed out. They were ferocious and ferocious. On top of them were experts from the Black Cavalry Corps in black armor. Every one of them was extraordinary. It's the Black Cavalry Corps. The appearance of dozens of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps immediately attracted the attention of many creatures in the vicinity. They all stopped in the void to watch. The dozens of Black Cavalry Corps were too powerful, especially the old man at the front. The talisman patterns on his black armor emitted a dazzling light. He was riding on the most ferocious demonic beast mount. His aura was vast, and he was at the Master Region realm. The old man swept his gaze across the crowd. Then he fixed his gaze on Du Xiaofu, Lin Pu, and the other Lin family village disciples. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "It's them. How dare they kill people from the Black Cavalry Corps? Take them back." Awoo. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the dozens of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps behind him, including more than a dozen cultivators who had reached the domain realm, stepped out on their mounts. Their auras erupted as they surrounded Du Xiaofu and the others. Oh no! Lin Pu and the others could feel that this group of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps was extraordinary. They were exceptionally powerful. It seemed like the Black Cavalry Corps had been waiting for them to come. They definitely had something to do with the Yu family. Is the Yu family abusing their power? I wonder if the Black Cavalry Corps is acting on orders. A faint voice sounded. Not far away in the void, a spirit bird flew across the sky. There were many figures riding on it, but they were all very young. At the front was a young man in luxurious green clothes. He was tall and slender, and his long black hair was combed to the back of his head. A few strands of hair hung over his shoulders. He was very handsome, and he looked like an elegant young master. However, he wasn't ostentatious. He looked at the dozens of Black Cavalry Corps members. He was the one who had spoken just now. When he heard this voice, Du Xiaofu also looked over and saw the young man in luxurious green clothes. Then his gaze fell on the two women behind the young man in luxurious green clothes. One of them was about 26 or 27 years old. She was beautiful and had an alluring figure. The other one was slightly younger, probably not even 20 years old. Her face carried a hint of immaturity, and her beautiful black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her figure was tall, and her long skirt was unable to cover up her graceful curves. She was also a Nirvana supremacy, and her natural talent was extraordinary. The Liu family. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He remembered the two women. The older one seemed to be called Hongyu. A few days ago, after these two women interrogated the Yu family killed the middle-aged follower, and he took the opportunity to escape. At this moment, with the arrival of Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, and Lu Yinma, the Black Cavalry Corps members were stunned and moved. Even the leading master's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lu Mingma and the others and squeezed out a smile on his gloomy face. He said, "So it's the nephews of the Liu family. Vice Commander of the Black Cavalry Corps, a dignified expert of the Yu family. I don't dare to accept such a title. It's just that these people look unfamiliar and their cultivation isn't very strong. They should have just entered. But the Vice Commander of the Black Cavalry Corps has personally come to capture them. I don't know what crime they committed, but there are orders from above. Could it be that the Yu family is using their power to avenge private wrongs?" said Lu Mingma. He was displeased when he saw the Yu family. In any case, the Yu family couldn't do anything to him, so he didn't dare to fall out with them. Seeing that the Yu family actually had a Master Realm expert leading the Black Cavalry Corps, and they were all from the Yu family, to deal with a few unfamiliar outsiders, Lu Mingma guessed that it was definitely not a good thing. Here's another huge chapter. I'm done updating today. Chapter 2320. Lu Mingma looked at Du Xiaofu's group and said, "How did you offend the Yu clan? If the Yu clan bullies you, I'll protect you. I'll let my sister report this to the human emperor and give you justice." The smile on the Yu clan's main domain expert's face gradually vanished when he heard Lu Mingma's words. He stared at Lu Mingma solemnly and said, "Nephew from the Liu clan, it's best that you don't interfere in the matters of the Black Cavalry Corps. Wholeheartedly cultivating is the right path. There are some matters that you can't interfere in or cause trouble for. The Black Cavalry Regiment belongs to the Divine Palace. If they don't act on their own, anyone has the right to supervise them. I, Lu Mingma, am not a coward." Lu Mingma said. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he didn't like the Yu clan. If the Yu clan dared to make a move against him, then his sister would have a reason to reject the Yu clan. Lu Mingma? Are they siblings? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Lu Mingma and Lu Limo should be siblings. However, his cultivation and talent seemed to be too far away from Lu Limo's. However, from Lu Limo's words, Du Xiaofu could tell that the Lu clan and the Yu clan were only on the surface. More importantly, the people from the Black Cavalry Regiment were part of the Yu clan's forces. As expected, the Yu clan's people had come. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. I'm not afraid of these shameless Yu clan bastards, Du Xiaofu said to Lu Mingma. He was Lu Limo's younger brother. He seemed a little impulsive, so he didn't want to implicate him. Don't be afraid. As long as the Yu clan uses their power to avenge private wrongs, I'll definitely protect you. Let's see what the Yu clan can do to me. Lu Mingma was a little surprised by Du Xiaofu's words. Was this brat really not afraid of the Yu clan's experts? Or was he scared out of his wits? However, he had made up his mind to provoke the Yu clan today. If the Yu clan attacked him, then he would have a reason to make a big fuss. I'm really fine. A few shameless bastards from the Yu clan can't do anything to me. Du Xiaofu laughed. This Lu Mingma was really a hothead. His character was completely different from that of Lu Limo. When they heard Du Xiaofu, Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, and the others couldn't help but be stunned. That's an expert at the Overlord region. Yet this fellow's tone is actually so arrogant. Is there something wrong with his head? Bastard. The old man from the Yu clan had been furious for a long time. He kept calling them shameless bastards from the Yu clan. No one in the entire human race dared to speak to the Yu clan like that, not even behind their backs. Now, this young man was provoking the entire Yu clan. Killing him in front of a Renhuang would not be a problem, let alone now. Kill them all. The main region realm expert from the Yu clan laughed coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes was sharp and fierce. Originally, he still had some misgivings and couldn't attack openly. However, this was an opportunity now. Since he dared to provoke the Yu clan in public, it was entirely possible for him to kill him directly. Ow! These dozens of experts of the Black Cavalry Corps were either disciples of the Yu family or trusted aides nurtured by the Yu family. They had long been unable to restrain their anger. They clamped their legs on their mounts and unleashed their auras. Their demonic beasts roared deafeningly as they directly charged forward. Rumble. The void trembled and the earth shook. These were the top experts of the Black Cavalry Corps. They attacked together, and their auras tore through the void and shattered space. Just the demonic beast mounts alone were already extraordinary. Yu clan, let's officially begin. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent as he watched the dozens of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps charge towards him in an instant. He flicked his sleeve, and the illusory saber formation in his right palm was activated. Dense saber rays were activated, and they cut through the void as talismans erupted. Buzz, wind, and thunder clanged as the illusory saber formation was activated. Dense saber rays tore through the void, and they contained the 9 palaces, yin-yang, and 6 directions. It was extremely profound. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. The void shattered and blood mist poured out. The void exploded and dozens of demonic beast mounts and experts from the Black Cavalry Corps, including more than 10 martial domain realm cultivators, were killed in an instant. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone's eyes trembled. Lin Pu and the others from the Lin family village thought that they were doomed this time. Under the ferocious and terrifying auras, they did not even have the courage to fight back. However, they did not expect that in an instant those ferocious experts would explode in front of them. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they could not withstand a single blow. Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, Lu Yunma, and the other onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They were so shocked that they could not recover from their shock. The main region realm expert from the Yu clan was also shocked. His sneer was replaced by astonishment, and his murderous gaze was deeply lifeless in an instant. However, it only took an instant for the old man to recover from his shock. Everything had happened too quickly. The dozens of people from the Black Cavalry Corps had been killed in an instant. "Kid, you're courting death." The old man roared as he rose into the air from the ferocious beast. His entire body was covered in dazzling talisman inscriptions that burned like divine flames. His aura was vast, and talisman inscriptions were everywhere. They rippled like an ocean, and dazzling light filled half of the void. It was brilliant and resplendent. Boom! The old man attacked with his full strength. How could the young man who had killed dozens of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps in an instant be a simple person? He did not have the time to think too much, but he knew that he had to attack with his full strength. Too powerful. The old man did not hold back his aura at all. His aura was extremely powerful. Many of the onlookers in the surroundings were terrified. Those with weaker cultivations directly fell to the ground and let out miserable cries. They were not even affected by the shock waves. Rumble. The main region realm expert of the Yu clan attacked. He shot through the air like a falcon pouncing on its prey. He waved his hand, and talisman inscriptions interweaved like lightning. The light was like silver snakes dancing wildly in the sky as they shot towards Du Xiaofu. Kill! At this moment, white light surged out of Du Xiaofu's eyes. His hair danced and stood on end. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his eyes were terrifying. He shook his arm, and dense saber lights revolved around him as he directly pounced over. Rumble! The main region realm expert of the Yu clan was trapped by the saber lights. He used his full strength to activate his martial vein and vein spirit. Roar! The main region realm expert's vein spirit was a ferocious tiger. It was like a living creature that was about to pounce. It tore through the void and let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. One had to admit that the main region realm expert of the Yu clan was absolutely extraordinary. He was very powerful. However, Du Xiaofu was just playing with him, making him deliberately stall for time. Du Xiaofu didn't want to expose his true strength as soon as he attacked. There would always be benefits if he used his cultivation to numb the Yu clan. If he exposed his true strength in an instant, it would only be harmful. After a while, Du Xiaofu increased his strength. The saber light tore through the air, and the illusory saber formation erupted. The terrifying saber light was unstoppable. It shattered the main region realm expert's ferocious tiger vein spirit. The saber light pierced through the black armor on his body and directly exploded. Blood mist poured out. Du Xiaofu activated the illusory saber formation. Wherever the saber light passed, it was unstoppable. It could cut through everything, and it directly killed the main region realm expert of the Yu clan. Everyone present was extremely shocked at this moment. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, Lu Hongyu, and the others looked at that figure, and their hearts trembled. He was too strong. No wonder he didn't take the main region realm expert of the Yu clan seriously. Such a young man was definitely at the supreme being level. Du Xiaofu was in the air. He put away the illusory saber formation. At the same time, many Qingkuan bags appeared in his hands, and he directly put them away. Du Xiaofu didn't hold back at all after killing a few people from the Yu clan. In any case, he would encounter the Yu clan sooner or later on this trip to the Divine Palace. He might as well take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Killing one was killing, and killing a few more was also killing. Brother, I'm going to the Divine Palace to take the test, but I'm not familiar with it. Can you introduce me? Du Xiaofu looked at the stunned Lu Mingma on the spiritual bird. The holy city was in front of them. He had heard that the Divine Palace was in the holy city, but he didn't know about the test. He wanted to know more. You're going to take the test? Lu Mingma was very surprised. Strictly speaking, the test was only for those who hadn't been tested. This terrifying young man in front of him had already reached such a level of strength. Could it be that he hadn't been tested? Of course. I'm going to the Divine Palace to take the test. Du Xiaofu nodded. I see. I'll take you there, and I'll tell you along the way. When we reach the Holy City, it will save you a lot of time. Lu Mingma patted his chest and said with certainty, Mingma, second brother. Hearing this, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma's beautiful faces changed. This young man in front of them had killed so many experts of the Black Cavalry Corps. Not to mention the Divine Palace, the Yu clan would definitely not let this matter go. If the Lu clan walked together with these people, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Will killing the people of the Yu clan bring you trouble? Du Xiaofu asked. Looking at the two's expressions, it was obviously troublesome. Lu Mingma ignored Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma and continued to pat his chest to Du Xiaofu. It's okay. There are no good people in the Yu clan. Trust me, I'll take you to the test. It will save you a lot of time. It will be a lot more convenient. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment. It was indeed necessary to understand the situation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Then I'll have to trouble you. Du Xiaofu nodded and slightly smiled. Come on, I'll take you to the Holy City and take you to the Divine Palace for the test. Lu Mingma was very happy to be able to meet such a young expert, especially since the other party had killed the people of the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony and directly took Lin Pu and the others to the back of the huge spiritual bird. My name is Lu Mingma, a disciple of the Lu clan. This is my third sister, Lu Mingma, and my cousin, Lu Hongyu. The spiritual bird flapped its wings and broke through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Lu Mingma was very enthusiastic as he introduced the people around him and asked Du Xiaofu, May I know this brother's name? Du Xiaofu faintly nodded towards Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu. So that little sovereign was Lu Limo's younger sister. No wonder her heavenly talent was extraordinary. However, it was strange that Lu Mingma was inferior to her elder sister and younger sister. Chapter 23-21 Rock Emperor. Du Xiaofu didn't plan to hide his identity anymore. The people here didn't know him anyway, but he didn't plan to reveal his real name. Many people from the Sanlu Kyushu had already entered the fearsome grounds. Who knew if there were others who had already entered the fearsome grounds? Rock Emperor, what a domineering name. Hearing that, Lu Mingma was very surprised. Such a name made people's hearts tremble. It was inexplicably domineering. Lin Pu and the other disciples of the Lin family village were also secretly moved. They just knew the name of this mysterious person before them. On the other hand, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in their eyes. They secretly sized him up, as if they didn't quite believe it. With Lu Mingma and the others accompanying him, no one came forward to disturb him. Then Du Xiaofu learned a lot about the Divine Palace from Lu Mingma. Ahead of them was the Holy City, and the Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Holy City. There were very few people who could truly step into the Divine Palace. Many of the strongest people of the human race were there. The Divine Palace's examination was in the Holy City. The so-called examination was a test of one's talent, and potential. A powerful person of the human race had once left behind an examination stone. Communicating with the examination stone would reveal one's talent on it. Only a supreme genius could leave their name on it. As long as one became a supreme genius and left their name on it, they would be able to enter the Divine Palace and receive guidance and the best cultivation resources from the Divine Palace's experts. There is a ranking on the examination stone. There are only 1,000 places. My sister, Lu Mingma, has always been ranked first. Her name is known throughout the human race. Lu Mingma was very proud. That was his sister, the leader of the younger generation. She was a Nirvana Grandmaster. What kind of talent was she? Near the Holy City, there were a few large clans of the human race. The most revered were the 8 great clans. The Yu clan and the Sun clan were one of them. There was also the Jiang clan, Ji clan, Feng clan, Rin clan, Yao clan, and the First clan. The 8 great families were the strongest 8 great families in the human race. Rumor had it that there were super powerhouses in each of them. They were the 8 great mountains that defended the entire human race against the Beast Alliance. Not long after, Du Xiaofu saw the outline of a vast ancient city in front of him. Surrounding it was a mountain range filled with purple mist, faintly giving off an ancient aura. Talisman array! What a powerful talisman array! Before he even got close, Du Xiaofu already felt the existence of a powerful talisman formation. Once it was activated, it would probably be enough to turn the universe upside down. As they approached the outer region of the mountain range, they noticed that those of unknown origins were unable to enter. It was as if they were afraid that those from the Beast Alliance would sneak in. Even with Lu Mingma's status, he was still interrogated. However, it wasn't complicated and he was soon released. However, before entering the city, Lu Hongyu secretly said something to a young man beside her. The young man immediately left and did not follow the crowd. Finally, Du Xiaofu saw the ancient city. The towering city walls were erected on the surrounding, winding mountains. It was over 1,000 feet tall and towered into the depths of the clouds. It was majestic and majestic. Clouds flowed and rays of light fluctuated. It was like a fairyland. The city walls were towering, and the huge city gate was like a heavenly gate. The 2 words Sacred City were carved on it. There were even powerhouses guarding the city gate. After passing through the city gate, Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. This city was too huge. There were towering and majestic palaces everywhere. Those palaces were as huge as mountains. The densely packed palaces extended to the end of the line of sight. They clustered together to form this huge and majestic ancient city. It was as if it was towering above the clouds. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. Standing on the streets, one would look like an ant. This is the sacred city. Over the countless years, the almighty powerhouses of the human race had built it. This place is the sacred ground and lifeline of the human race. Normally, the supreme sky prides and the powerhouses of the various major families reside here. Only during grand occasions, the idle people are allowed to enter. Lu Mingma looked at the shocked faces of the crowd and explained to them. Such an ancient city was modeled and majestic. The continuous palaces were like undulating mountains. Multicolored light filled the air and the clouds were rising. The vast and ancient aura in the city filled the air. It made people feel reverence for no reason. Lin Pu and the others had long wanted to kneel down and worship it. As expected of the sacred ground of the human race, you can't see it in the outside world. Du Xiaofu was impressed and amazed at this moment. Such a place was extraordinary. No wonder the younger generation of the human race in this fearsome land were not simple. In the ancient city, there was a bustling and lively atmosphere everywhere. It was bustling with activity. The densely packed buildings were mixed with some spiritual mountains. The scenery was beautiful and there was a universe inside. It made Du Xiaofu sigh. Such a place was not something that could be built overnight. It took too much effort. Only the entire human race could have such a place. It was not something that could be done by just one family or sect. Boom! The void trembled. A golden-robed man appeared directly in the sky above the sacred city and looked down at everyone. This golden-robed man was extraordinary and had an arrogant expression. Then, a streamer flew directly from outside the city and appeared not far away from the golden-robed man. The newcomer was a tall and slender man. His light red hair was suffused with radiance, and his eyes were as clear as the stars. His temperament was extraordinary, and he carried an extraordinary charm that was enough to cause ripples in the hearts of many women present. When the golden-robed man and the red-haired man appeared, their expressions were very calm. Their gazes swept across the street indifferently, causing the living beings below to feel an invisible pressure descend. They trembled inwardly, and for some reason, the noisy street fell silent. It's Rin Yuan from the Rin family and Ji Qianqing from the Ji family. On the street, some people whispered in shock. Their eyes were full of awe. They are young sovereigns. They are very powerful. The eyes of the crowd were full of yearning. They were 2 young sovereigns. They were young, but they had become top experts, surpassing countless of the older generation. Many young people who came to participate in the test felt the 2 invisible auras and could not help but feel frustrated. They were only here to take the test, but the 2 young men had become famous young sovereigns of the human race. Boom! Another person appeared. The void trembled as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood of the creatures on the street was surging. A streamer came rapidly. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it appeared in the void and stood opposite Ren Yuan and Ji Qianqing. It was another young man. Mysterious radiance flowed around his body. He was like the son of a god standing in the void. The mysterious and ancient aura filled the air. People could not help but want to bow down and worship him. It was impossible to see his real body clearly. He was shrouded in radiance and looked very mysterious. However, he was incomparably powerful. He was not inferior to Ren Yuan and Ji Qianqing. The aura emanating from this figure was vast, as if a peerless beast had arrived, causing people to tremble just by looking at it. Especially those eyes. They were like 2 rotating stars. It was very frightening. Yao Tianwu, the young sovereign of the Yao family. Someone exclaimed. It was another powerful young sovereign. Yao Tianwu, are you trying to prove something by making such a big commotion? Fancy things are useless. The golden-robed young man who appeared first spoke. He glanced at the hazy young man who was emitting a vast aura. Let's fight if you're not convinced. The radiance around the hazy young man faded, revealing a masculine face. His voice was calm, revealing an invincible confidence and calmness. Not now, but I'll make you lose. As soon as the golden-robed young man's voice fell, his figure directly swept into the depths of Sacred City. I'll be waiting. Yao Tianwu spoke. His skin shone and his long hair draped over his shoulders. A vague pressure filled the air and then disappeared. Ji Qianqing did not speak. His figure streaked across the void and left. Du Xiaofu's eyes were looking at the void at the side. There was a fluctuation there. 2 figures came together and instantly reached the void above. It was a man and a woman. The woman's figure was graceful and her long dress fluttered in the wind. It was as if she was untainted by the world of mortals and was extremely moving. Her graceful and exquisite body faintly emitted a vast and invisible pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. The man was handsome and had a unique charm. Compared to Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, and the others who had just left, he was even better. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. The man and woman were also Nirvana sovereigns. They were very powerful and had also reached the indestructible realm. Especially the young man, his aura was even stronger. Immortal and indestructible, a Nirvana paragon. Such a cultivation level and talent did not truly shock Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could only sigh in his heart. The overall prowess of the human race in this savage ground was much stronger than the 3 continents and 9 continents outside. Hopefully, after the opening of the eternal tomb, the energy of the heaven and earth would intensify. In the future, the prowess of the human race in the 3 continents and 9 continents would also increase gradually. The appearance of such a man and woman made people not dare to look at them directly. The man and woman only stayed for a short moment before they left. They were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Jiang Yiting of the Jiang family, the number 1 hero of the first family, and 2 young supreme sovereigns. Looking at the extraordinary young man and woman flying across the sky, many people on the streets exclaimed. Some were envious, while others were yearning. However, many of the young people were shocked. They had just entered the Saint City, and they had already seen so many young supreme sovereigns. Although some of them were of similar age, the difference was too great. Many of the young people were filled with confidence before they came. However, after seeing those young supreme sovereigns, they were extremely disappointed. Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were also dispirited. Even though they were younger, they knew deeply that those young supreme sovereigns were not people they could compare to. The young people of the Lu family were similar in age to them, but they were much stronger than them. They're not weak. They can be compared to the top 10 young people of the Beast Alliance. Du Xiaofu compared these people to Qing Long, Xiao Gu, Xiao Yao, and the others of the Beast Alliance. You guys don't have to be sad. These young supreme sovereigns have been cultivating in the Saint Palace for a long time. As long as you guys can enter the Saint Palace, your cultivation will soar as well. You guys can follow in their footsteps and become strong. An old man consoled the young people beside him. Chapter 23-22. Ji Qianxing, the number 1 hero, Ren Yuan, Jiang Yiting, and the other young supreme beings are not here for the examination. Their names are already at the top of the list. Their radiance is dazzling and shining in all directions. They are here for the position of the human emperor. Only supreme beings are qualified to obtain the position of the human emperor. We are very lucky this time to witness the birth of a new human emperor. Discussions continued in all directions as they sighed in shock. What's so great about that? If my sister was not seriously injured, how could these guys be her opponents? Lu Mingma muttered. He was very unhappy. If his sister was not injured, everything would be different. None of these people could be compared to her. Du Xiaofu did not care. He was not interested in the position of the human emperor. As long as he could enter the sacred palace to comprehend, he hoped to find an opportunity to advance further and step into the middle stage of the sage realm. After the number 1 hero, Jiang Yiting, and the others left, Lu Mingma continued to lead the crowd. Only supreme beings like the number 1 hero could fly in the void. They could not do so as they did not have that qualification. On the streets, there was a sea of people. Experts were as common as clouds, and geniuses were gathered. Du Xiaofu saw many extraordinary young people. There were even teenagers who were already at the peak of the martial venerable realm. On the streets, Du Xiaofu did not dare to release the power of his primordial spirit. However, he could feel many supreme beings and sighed inwardly. After passing through more than half of the ancient city, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by a vast plaza. Although it was called a huge mountain, it was suspended in the void. The peak of the mountain seemed to reach into the sky. It was incomparably mystical. It was 10,000 feet tall and emitted a dazzling light. It was located in the center of the plaza. The mountain had 8 directions. 8 bluestone steps connected to the peak. It was magnificent and majestic. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the plaza, his soul trembled. The plaza was supported by a huge talisman array. The mountain was filled with an ancient aura. The square was already filled with a sea of people, densely packed. There were many extraordinary auras. Experts were as common as clouds, and geniuses were gathered. This was an absolutely grand occasion. Brother Rock Emperor, we are here. That is the examination stone. Lu Mingmo raised his hand and pointed at the floating mountain in front of the crowd. He said to Du Xiaofu, "This is the testing stone. How do you test it?" Du Xiaofu was very surprised. He began to carefully size up the examination stone. At this moment, many figures were soaring into the sky and climbing up the bluestone steps that led to the peak of the mountain. But strangely, some people directly vomited blood and fell to the ground before they could even step onto the bluestone steps. There were also figures covered in light, activating their martial veins. They found it difficult to advance even an inch in the middle of the bluestone steps, and figures kept falling down. This was left behind by the almighty ancestors of the human race. as long as you can reach the peak of the mountain and carve your name in blood on the heaven ranking. Then communicate with the heaven ranking. As long as you can leave your name on the heaven ranking, you can become a supreme genius. Those who emit golden light are supreme geniuses, and those who emit purple light are supreme geniuses. Lu Mingma explained to Du Xiaofu. He pointed at the distant peak of the mountain. There was a dazzling radiance there, as if divine splendor was pervading the air and illuminating the blue dome of heaven. He revealed a bit of complacency and said, "Look over there, that is the heaven ranking. 999th, the second from the bottom." Damn, how did my name drop to the bottom? While speaking, Lu Mingma's gaze was very helpless. He was obviously 999th, but now he had dropped by one place and was the first from the bottom. However, Lu Mingma did not care too much about his ranking. He continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. "At the top, the most dazzling radiance is my sister's name. She is number 1 on the heaven ranking." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. The heaven ranking was a huge stone tablet, standing tall on the peak of the mountain. Or rather, this stone tablet was the peak of the mountain. The surrounding ancient talisman patterns were emitting radiance. On top of it, there were 1,000 names flickering with splendor. The last name was Lu Mingma, emitting a golden radiance. And at the highest position, there was a row of purple radiance like divine splendor, illuminating half of the blue dome of heaven. There were the 3 words Lu Mingma, shining with purple radiance, like a purple sun in the sky. It made people feel as if there was a pressure descending upon them. Look, those are all supreme geniuses. As long as you can leave your name on it, you can stay in the sacred palace to cultivate. Lu Mingma, you lead the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Ji Qianxing, Feng Wucha. Their names are the most intense and dazzling. They are all supreme geniuses. The plaza was abuzz with discussions. Everyone was excited and yearning. Du Xiaofu also saw Yu Ming's name on the stone tablet. It was only second to Lu Limo, followed by the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Ji Qianxing, and so on. There were a total of 50 to 60 names, and all of them were emitting a purple divine light. They were sparkling and represented supreme talents, surpassing those of heaven's chosen. Sigh, so many people have failed. It is harder to pass the test and leave your name on the heaven ranking than I imagined. They are all supreme geniuses, but if they can't cover the last place on the heaven ranking and leave their name on the heaven ranking, they won't be able to enter the sacred palace to cultivate. On the giant mountain, on the 8 bluestone steps, young men and women were constantly vomiting blood and falling down. The elders and seniors behind them were sighing with regret. It is not easy to leave your name on the heaven ranking. If your talent is not enough, you will not even be able to get close to the heaven ranking. Lu Mingmo raised his head. He was already very happy to be last on the heaven ranking. With so many young people taking the test, it was easier said than done to squeeze out others to leave their name on the heaven ranking. Can everyone take the test? Lin Yao asked Lu Mingma. She was a little shy and did not dare to look directly at Lu Mingma. Of course, the test is free. As long as you can enter the heaven ranking and leave your name on the heaven ranking, you'll be able to communicate with the heaven ranking. If you can leave your name on the heaven ranking, you'll have succeeded and can stay in the sacred palace to cultivate. Lu Mingma said to Lin Yao, "Is the test related to one's cultivation level?" Lin Yao was a little bolder. She was curious and wanted to know more. This is purely a test of talent and potential. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. However, this test stone can only be used by the younger generation. The older generation cannot leave their names. Lu Mingma was very patient. He did not have any arrogance and appeared to be very approachable. Du Xiaofu heard this and was also very interested. He wondered how his talent was. However, Du Xiaofu was very confident that he could enter the heaven ranking. He did not know what the test stone was for. What was the difference between the spiritual roots of he Sanlu Kyushu and the haze? In the Sanlu Kyushu, talent was usually tested based on spiritual roots and martial veins. They were divided into outstanding human, human king, human emperor, and human sovereign. Above human sovereign, there was the sovereign talent. They were known as the sovereign of men. However, the talent ranking outside was only tested based on spiritual roots and martial veins. Du Xiaofu sized up the test stone in front of him. It seemed that it was not only testing spiritual roots and martial veins, but also testing potential. It was much more mysterious and complicated. The vast square was in an uproar. A few young people were eager to try. They all wanted to pass the test to see if they had the talent of a sovereign. However, it was very difficult. There were many people who entered the sacred city to take the test, but those who succeeded were very rare. Brother, you have been pushed down from the heaven ranking. Suddenly, Lu Yunma spoke. Her eyes were shining. Her name was ranked 58th. She was emitting a dazzling purple light. She was the sovereign talent. Who is this guy? Lu Mingma felt very helpless. He could only watch helplessly as his last place on the heaven leaderboard disappeared and was replaced by his second place from the bottom. On the heaven ranking, in the 736th place, there was a name called Qi Qiong. It was especially bright and dazzling. Qi Qiong passed the test, and her talent ranking directly stood at the 736th place. Originally, the 736th ranking was pushed back by one place. All the other rankings were also pushed back. Because of this, Lu Jingma's last place directly fell down. This made Lu Mingma very helpless. He was originally on the heaven ranking, but now he had fallen down. Tomorrow is the last day. I will re-enter the heaven ranking. Immediately, Lu Mingma was very confident that he would re-enter the heaven ranking. The examination stone can be used for the test at any time. Du Xiaofu asked Lu Mingma curiously. That's not it. Recently, the entire younger generation of the human race came to the sacred city to take the test. The examination stone can be used for the next few days. Normally, the examination stone will be here, but it will only be opened once every 3 months. The sovereign talents who are cultivating in the sacred palace can be re-examined to see if their ranking has improved. However, the ranking of the sovereign talents at the front will not change. Their ranking is unshakable. Lu Mingma said, "Come on, you must pass the test." Ai, just a little bit more, and we will be able to get the examination stone. The square was very lively. Many young people were constantly going to take the test. Shouts gathered, and some were regretful. Many young people came to the sacred city for the first time. They were in high spirits and eager to try. They all wanted to leave their names on the heaven ranking. They wanted to bloom in the sacred city and become one of the sovereign talents. My name will definitely be on the heaven ranking. Among the crowd, a well-built young man directly soared into the sky. Mysterious talisman patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet. He directly landed on a bluestone staircase. His body was shining brilliantly like a burning flame. This young man was not simple. He easily climbed to the top of the mountain and arrived in front of the stone tablet. Using his index finger as a pen, he wrote his name in blood. Then he communicated with the examination stone. Boom! The void trembled. The heaven rankings radiance overflowed into the sky. Just below Lu Yunma, at the 59th position, there was a purple brilliance blossoming like the sun. A name glittered and flickered. The whole square changed color. Purple radiance. This was a sovereign talent. That young man did it. He left his name on the heaven ranking in one go and shook the whole square. He has a sovereign talent and is very powerful. I wonder where he comes from. He is Lujiang City's Xiahou Chang'an. His name has already shaken Lujiang City. Discussions were everywhere. The whole square was shaken. Many girls were looking at that young sovereign talent with shining eyes. Young man, can you go to the first family as a guest? This little brother is very talented. My Yao family is not far from here. Can you go and have a seat? My Yao family is willing to provide you with the cultivation resources you need." When that young man walked down from the examination stone, many people immediately surrounded him. Their faces were full of sincerity, hoping to rope him in. That Xiao Chang and has a sovereign talent. He is destined to have a boundless future. He will be roped in by many big families. These big families hope to rope in young sovereigns to strengthen their own power. Lu Yima said in a low voice, as if she was talking to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not find it strange. A sovereign talent had a boundless future. Naturally, they would be invited and roped in by all kinds of forces. When these young sovereigns grew up one day, they would be a great help to these big families. Boom! Boom! The examination stone trembled continuously. The heaven ranking lit up. 2 rays of golden light dazzled. Another 2 names appeared on the heaven ranking. 2 geniuses passed the examination and left their names on the heaven ranking. There were people succeeding one after another, which stimulated all the young people present to go up the examination stone one after another. However, soon after, many people vomited blood and fell down. Their faces were pale as they smashed into the square. They were disappointed. Most of them did not even have the qualifications to set foot on the top of the mountain. "You guys go. See if you can leave your names," Du Xiaofu said to Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and Lin Zhu. He agreed to the old village chief's request to bring these 3 people for the examination. He hoped that they could enter the sacred palace. Hearing this, Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and Lin Zhu were excited, nervous. On the way here, they had a lot of expectations. However, after arriving at the sacred city, they saw too many sovereigns. Compared to them, they were very dim. "Examination, give it your all." Lin Yao stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with light. She led Lin Pu and Lin Zhu across the square and towards the examination stone. The 3 of them landed on the blue stone steps. The young people of the Lu family were all waiting for the results. The old man of the Lin family was extremely nervous. He held his breath and waited. Unfortunately, Lin Yao and the other 2 young people walked up the blue stone steps. After a few steps, Lin Zhu vomited blood and fell down. Lin Pu also fell down, halfway up the mountain. Lin Yao's body was covered in light. She activated her martial veins. However, she could only reach the stone tablet. Then, she could no longer support herself and fell down. The disciples of the Lu family were not surprised by the failure of Lin Yao and the other 2. Every young man who came to take the test was a genius chosen by the various forces, and they were all outstanding talents. However, how many of them could pass the examination? "We failed." The old man of the Lin family was shocked. His eyes were dull and tears flowed out. The Lin family had sacrificed too much for hundreds of years to be able to come for the examination. However, today, the juniors of the Lin family finally reached the examination stone. However, they failed and did not pass the examination. This was not only the failure of the 3 young people, but also the failure of the entire Lin family village. However, the Lin family village did not have the time to wait for the next opportunity. "I'm sorry. We failed." Then Lin Yao, Lin Pu, and Lin Zhu returned. Their faces were pale and their eyes were dim. The 3 of them knew how much the Lin family village had sacrificed to be able to reach the examination stone. Today's update. Chapter 23:23. They carried the hopes and hopes of the entire village, and everyone in the village was still waiting for the results. But now they had failed. This test was far more difficult than they had imagined. It's all right, there are still other opportunities to become strong. The old man from the Lin family village squeezed out a smile, comforting Lin Yao and the other 2. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked with his last hope, "Sir, has Lin Feng arrived?" "When will the test end?" Du Xiaofu did not answer the old man first, but asked Lu Mingma instead. "It ends tomorrow night," Lu Mingma said. "Don't worry, Lin Feng will make it," Du Xiaofu replied to the old man from the Lin family village. On the testing stone, there were still many young people going up for the test. Why is it so difficult? Is there a problem with the testing stone? A young man who had failed fell, his face pale, and asked. He was very confident, but he had failed. This made him unable to accept this result. This testing stone was left behind by an almighty human ancestor. For countless years, there has been no problem. As long as your talent is enough, you will be able to leave your name. An old man reprimanded. The testing stone would not have any low-level problems. It was left behind by an almighty human ancestor. Brother Rock Emperor, didn't you want to be tested? Lu Mingma asked Du Xiaofu. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yuma also looked at Du Xiaofu. They knew this guy was strong, but sometimes strength and talent were not purely related. The testing stone's talent came from martial veins, spirit roots, potential, and even bloodline and bone structure. It did not have much to do with one's cultivation level and strength. It was purely testing one's talent, and potential. "Awoo!" Suddenly, a beast roared like thunder from far away in the square. From above the void, there were demonic beast mounts crossing the void, shaking the void. The densely packed figures in the square all changed their expressions, and their gazes suddenly gathered. In an instant, ferocious beasts roared like thunder. A large number of ferocious demonic beast mounts arrived and appeared in the void outside the square, exuding a terrifying aura. The mounts of these demonic beasts were all different. There were vicious birds that spread their wings, and their bodies were like dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. There were vicious beasts that were malevolent, and they towered like small mountains. On the mounts of these demonic beasts, there were many figures in black armor, emitting a sharp and terrifying aura. Instantly, the bustling square became silent. Those who were not strong enough directly trembled. The ferocious bird in the lead spread its wings, and numerous figures were suffused with light. They were like numerous stars that had descended, and the halos around them were like brilliant suns that were dazzling to the point of being unable to look directly at them. It caused the space to sparkle with light, and it was as if gods had descended. It's the Black Cavalry, Yu Tianzi of the Yu family, Yu Jigong. At this moment, the expressions of the experts from the various clans and powers changed as they watched from the sidelines. Their eyes filled with doubt. Boom! Hundreds of top-notch experts from the Black Cavalry Corps had arrived. In addition to the godlike experts in the lead, such a terrifying aura shook the heavens and shocked everyone present. Even the younger generation that was testing the stones on the blue stone steps had temporarily stopped moving forward. They were all stunned. There, from the Yu clan, Lu Mingma's expression also darkened, and he frowned slightly. He recognized that they were from the Yu clan. That aura had filled the air, and the Yu clan had definitely sent top-notch experts. Who dares to kill the Black Cavalry Corps? Who dares to kill the Yu clan? Stand out! Stand out! Amongst the numerous figures that were dazzling like the sun, a loud shout like this resounded through the entire square like a thunderclap. It rumbled and reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and the voice contained boundless majesty. What's going on? Who dares to kill the Black Cavalry Corps and the Yu clan? Such a shout reverberated, and people immediately began to discuss. This was the Holy City. Who would have the guts to kill the Black Cavalry Corps and the Yu clan? Yu Tianzi and Yu Jigong have come in person. I'm afraid the ones who died are not ordinary people from the Yu clan. Among the various powers, some people secretly pondered, waiting to see what would happen. Lin Yao, Lin Pu, Lin Zhu, and the others from the Lin family village had extremely solemn expressions. Although they knew that the Rock Emperor was extremely powerful and unfathomable, the Yu clan had sent more and more experts, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the hundreds of experts from the Black Cavalry Corps in the air. When his gaze landed on the several figures on the ferocious bird, a trace of coldness silently surged out of his eyes. Du Xiaofu would never forget one of them. He was dressed in bright clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. It was the person who had slapped him off the cliff in the Yu clan. He was at the Master Realm, but his aura was clearly stronger than the vice-domain chief of the Yu clan's Black Cavalry Corps, whom he had just killed. Half-saint. Beside that old man, there was another old man. He had long white eyebrows, but his complexion was ruddy. He wore a gray robe with patterns on it, and the aura he leaked couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's probing. He was a half-saint, and he was already one step away from the saint realm. It was only a half-saint, so Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to him. The Yu clan wouldn't give up. This was within his expectations. In Du Xiaofu's imagination, the Yu clan seemed to have arrived a little late. The entire place was silent. Many of the figures in the square were trembling. They didn't dare to speak, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What's wrong? You don't dare to stand out? You can't hide. Get out here. Seeing that there was no movement in the square, the thunderous shout spread out once again with a huge pressure. The person who spoke was the old man from the Yu clan. It's a little troublesome. It's Yu Tianzi from the Yu clan. It's rumored that he's about to reach the Saint Realm. There's also Yu Jigong from the Yu clan, Yu Ming's fourth uncle. He's a Master Realm expert. Lu Mingma transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. The expressions of Lu Yunma, Lu Hongyu, and the other Lu clan disciples changed. It's none of your business. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he spoke to Lin Pu and the others. Then he smiled at Lu Mingma and said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed under Du Xiaofu's feet, and his figure soared into the sky. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's voice was also faintly heard, but it clearly echoed in the vast square. It seems that there are quite a lot of people from the Yu clan. Are they here to die again? Du Xiaofu knew very well that the Yu clan's people were here to find him. There weren't many of them, and he didn't plan to hide. Everything was within his expectations. Whoosh, whoosh, countless gazes followed the voice in an instant, and immediately fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Along with many obscure auras, they immediately enveloped Du Xiaofu's body as if they wanted to pry into something. Hundreds of Black Cavalry Regiment's experts and demonic beast mounts also fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu's body. Their auras surged and the void rumbled. At this moment, when Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, Yu Jigong's face was gloomy. His cold gaze fell on Du Xiaofu's body as if he was extremely angry. He revealed an extremely cold smile and said, Good, good. So you dared to kill my Yu clan's people. Boy, no matter who you are, you will definitely regret it. So what if you're from the Yu clan? I've killed many of your people, but I don't have any regrets, Du Xiaofu said, looking at Yu Jigong with a faint chill in his eyes. Who is this young man? He dared to kill the Yu clan and the Black Cavalry Regiment's people? What's going on? Where did this young man come from? He seems to be quite arrogant. He actually doesn't put the Yu clan in his eyes. He's too arrogant, some people whispered. They were very puzzled, but also very curious. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Jigong's gloomy face gradually turned ashen. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a sinister gaze and said, Boy, my Yu clan will make you beg for death. You're dead. The Yu clan is really angry. Yu Jigong's Hindustani words caused an uproar in the square. The consequences of the Yu clan's anger were definitely not trivial. Facing Yu Jigong, Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change. His expression was normal as he said indifferently, Don't use the Yu clan to threaten me. If you piss me off, I'll kill one on sight, 2 on sight. Good, good. I hope your strength is as arrogant as your words. Yu Tianzi's voice was low, but it made people tremble like the beating of a heavenly drum. His white eyebrows twitched, and his old face looked somewhat ferocious. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen someone who didn't put the Yu clan in his eyes. The square trembled. Many people didn't know what was going on. They secretly looked at each other in dismay. Listening to the conversation, it seemed that the young man had killed many people from the Yu clan. Now, the Yu clan had dispatched experts to deal with him. What does the Yu clan want to do? This is the holy city. Lu Mingma's figure flew out, under the nervous and helpless gazes of Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu. He directly went to Du Xiaofu's side. He looked at Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi and said, "I saw it with my own eyes." The Yu clan led the Black Cavalry Corps to kill this brother of the Rock Emperor. In the end, they were killed by the Rock Emperor. Even if the Rock Emperor needs to be punished, it should be the Holy Temple who makes the decision, not the Yu clan. Lu Mingma's words immediately made Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi's expressions change. When they saw Lu Mingma, the densely packed crowd in the square, including many people from the surrounding major forces, were secretly in an uproar. Is it the Lu family's Lu Mingma? That guy only knows how to stir up trouble in the holy city. He shares the same mother as Lu Limo and Lu Yunma. However, his talent is vastly different from Lu Limo's. Even if he is compared to Lu Yunma, he is still far from being comparable to Lu Yunma. Lu Mingma seems to only know how to idle around. If it wasn't for Lu Limo's face, I'm afraid many people would be unhappy with him. Lu Mingma really only knows how to stir up trouble. He's causing trouble for the Lu clan. If it wasn't for his sister Lu Limo, I'm afraid the Lu clan would be in big trouble. Lower your voice. I heard that the young sovereign of the Yu clan, Yu Ming, is going to marry Lu Limo. They are a match made in heaven. In the future, the Yu clan and the Lu clan will be one family. Chapter 23-24. Lu Mingma's appearance made Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi's expressions change subtly. They had already received news that Lu Mingma of the Lu family seemed to be together with that young man. Yu Jigong looked at Lu Mingma, his eyelids twitching. "Nephew, the Yu family and the Lu family are going to be one family soon. Don't be used by outsiders. Who's going to be one family with you? Brother Peng is my brother. Even if my brother killed the Black Knight Corps, he would be handed over to the Divine Temple to be judged. Your Yu family can't do that," Lu Mingma said. Although the vast aura was suppressed and made him tremble, he still gritted his teeth and puffed out his chest. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Mingma beside him and was a little surprised. This guy's talent was not as good as Lu Limo's, but he was loyal. He was much easier to get along with than Lu Limo. This kid, Lu Mingma's cultivation is not good, but he has some guts. Lu Limo's words immediately attracted many praises from the crowd. Some people even applauded. This kind of guts was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. There were not many people in the Divine Temple who dared to challenge the Yu family for an outsider. Hearing Lu Mingma's words, Yu Jigong's expression became extremely ugly. Although he did not think much of Lu Mingma, he had to take him into consideration. The Lu family and the Yu family were going to be married soon. If the Lu family and the Yu family were to fight at this time, it was definitely not something he wanted to see. At that time, there would be side issues arising from the marriage. He could not bear the responsibility. The marriage between Lu Limo and Yu Ming was the most important matter for the Yu family. The relationship behind it was too big. However, many of the Yu family's experts were killed. It was equivalent to slapping the Yu family's face. Moreover, the matter of the Lin family village was ordered to be resolved by the higher-ups. It was impossible for Yu Jigong to just let it go. Provoking the Yu family, killing experts of the Yu family, and the remnants of the Lin family village could not be let go of. The younger generation of the Lu clan does have some temper. It's just that their strength is a bit lacking. While Yu Jigong's expression was gloomy, Yu Tianzi opened his mouth and looked at Lu Jima. His eyes were dazzling and contained a vast amount of pressure. That invisible qi was like 100,000 mountains collapsing. He then said, "Step down. Today's matter isn't something you can mess around with. Otherwise, I can only ask the elders of the Lu clan to properly teach you a lesson." The formless aura was too vast. Lu Mingmo's body seemed to be under heavy pressure in an instant. He trembled, his face turned pale, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. "Brother Ming Mo, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will settle it myself." Du Xiaofu spoke. His figure took a step forward, and from within his body, an invisible aura spread out. Lu Mingmo immediately returned to normal, and the invisible crushing force disappeared without a trace. "This matter has nothing to do with the Lu clan. Why do you have to bully the young? With your age and cultivation, you secretly attacked the young people of the Lu clan. The Yu clan is really shameless." After that, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Yu Tianze. His tone was neither salty nor light. At this moment, Yu Tianze was secretly moved. He could feel that this kid was not ordinary. He was definitely not simple. Was he really from the Lin clan that was about to be completely destroyed? "Kid, you are very arrogant." Yu Tianze sneered and stared at Du Xiaofu. He then said, "Since I started cultivating, there has never been anyone who dared to be so arrogant towards the Yu clan. You are the first. That's because you are too arrogant. The Yu clan is nothing." Du Xiaofu sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. His shirt was a little damaged from the last battle. His long hair was slightly swaying in the wind, and his eyes were sharp. "Good, good. You are really arrogant and don't know what is good for you." Yu Tianze sneered and stared at Du Xiaofu. His old face was completely cold. He said, "I will give you two choices. First, you will be captured without a fight. Second, I will kill you on the spot." Hearing Yu Tianze's words, Lu Mingmo had no intention of letting him go. Yu Tianze was an expert of the sage-to-be level. Lu Mingmo's face was dignified. Even if the strongest ancestor of the Lu clan came out, he would at most be on par with Yu Tianze. Moreover, Lu Mingmo clearly knew that Yu Tianze was nothing in the entire Yu clan. The Yu clan was too strong. As he gazed at the cold and gloomy expression on Yu Tianze's old face, Du Xiaofu merely smiled faintly. He gently shook his head and said, "Surrender without putting up a fight. These words do not seem to exist in my life." Yu Tianze's eyes flashed with killing intent. He sneered and said, "Then you can only choose the second choice." Du Xiaofu shook his head at Yu Tianze. A trace of arrogance flashed across his resolute face. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile and said, "To be honest, with your strength of the sage-to-be level, you are not qualified to kill me. I will choose the third choice." "You don't have a third choice. No matter what you choose, I am afraid that no one will be able to save you today." Yu Tianze's face was extremely cold. The corners of his eyes were twitching. He was a sage-to-be expert, and he was one step away from the Saint Martial realm. However, he was being looked down upon by a junior. How could he not be angry? He turned his monstrous anger into killing intent and suppressed it in the depths of his heart. In his heart, Yu Tianze was sure that this arrogant kid would die in a moment. "I choose to test my talent. This is the reason why I have come here." Du Xiaofu smiled. His figure flashed like lightning and directly swept towards the mountain-like testing stone. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that a big battle was inevitable. That young man had dared to kill the experts of the Yu clan and didn't put Yu Tianze, Yu Jigong, and the other experts in his eyes. They were afraid that a big battle would occur. No one had thought that the young man would suddenly choose to test his talent. This unforeseen event had come a little too quickly. This was like two armies fighting. The war drums were beating together, and the arrow was already knocked on the bow. However, one side had suddenly stopped the drums and turned around to leave. It was really hard for people to come back to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Lu Mingmo and the people of the Yu clan were also stunned. They were somewhat absent-minded and didn't know how to respond. Yu Tianze and Yu Jigong were also stunned. While they were stunned, Du Xiaofu's figure had already arrived on the bluestone steps. "Humph! Then let's see how good your talent is." Yu Tianze snorted, although he was a little surprised that the young man hadn't come to the holy city to test his talent. He was also a little curious at this moment. He could feel that the young man called Emperor Rock was not simple, so he also wanted to know how good his talent was. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu landed on the bluestone steps, he immediately felt a huge crushing force enveloping him. This crushing force was different for people of different cultivation levels. The stronger the person, the stronger the crushing force. It was unavoidable. Soon, Du Xiaofu understood that this was a comprehensive test. It was a test from the foot of the mountain to the top. If one's talent wasn't good enough, they wouldn't be able to reach the top. However, this crushing force had no effect on Du Xiaofu. Back in the sealed ancient land of the central continent, the purple lightning profound cauldron's test could also directly reach the top. Soon, under the gaze of everyone present, Du Xiaofu directly leaped to the top of the mountain and arrived at the dazzling stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was a blank space in a corner. The space that was inscribed with blood could communicate with the testing stone to test one's talent. If one's talent wasn't good enough, everything would disappear. On the other hand, one's name would be left on the heaven roll and illuminate the holy city. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. He also wanted to know how good his talent was. This wasn't a simple test of spiritual roots and martial veins, but a comprehensive test. Soon, Du Xiaofu used his index finger as a pen and a faint golden light spread out. However, Du Xiaofu intentionally concealed the aura of the golden-winged rock clan. Otherwise, the appearance of this supreme blood would be enough to shake the holy city and cause a phenomenon. Emperor Rock. Du Xiaofu engraved this name. The golden blood's aura was concealed, but it still spread out a golden light. He's actually called Emperor Rock. How arrogant! Someone exclaimed. The name Emperor Rock itself was domineering and made people exclaim in admiration. How could an ordinary person dare to use such a name? Du Xiaofu engraved his name and stretched out his hands. His 5 fingers spread out and landed on the ancient stone tablet. Instantly, Du Xiaofu felt mysterious talisman runes gushing out from the stone tablet. They flowed into his body through his hands and flowed into his meridians, acupoints, bones, and blood vessels. These talisman runes were very mysterious. They carried an invisible force that could allow one to enter a state of emptiness. Everyone held their breaths and waited. All eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, waiting for the result. What kind of talent did this arrogant and mysterious young man have that he dared to challenge a half-saint expert of the Yu clan? This would be the first test. Boom! Amidst the silence, a trembling sound suddenly resounded through the void like a sudden clap of thunder. It shook the entire vast holy city and shook the firmament. Under everyone's watchful eyes, rays of light rose from the heaven, ranking like 10 blazing suns. The aura was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, vast and mighty in the ancient firmament. An unprecedentedly vast aura spread out from the stone tablet and rushed into the depths of the firmament. Everyone's eyes trembled. Countless creatures inexplicably shivered, and their souls couldn't help but tremble. On the heaven ranking, a dazzling purple gold light rushed out with an unparalleled momentum. It directly rose on the heaven ranking like a hot knife through butter, crushing all the rankings below it. Rumble. At this moment, the void rumbled as if the sound of heaven was resounding. Above the void, a dazzling light shone on the heaven ranking, and a vision appeared in the sky. The entire holy city was shaking. The sound of heaven was endless, and a mysterious and vast aura spread out in the air. Everyone trembled, and their souls trembled. They wanted to worship it. At this moment, in this ancient holy city, a powerful and obscure aura was cast over. He managed to reach 5th place in one go, suppressing the primes of many great powers. This is too shocking. This rock emperor has appeared out of nowhere and is very powerful. He is destined to shock the entire human race this time. The spectators from the various clans and powers were all watching from afar. Their gazes were extremely sharp. The 5th-rank paragon was strong enough to suppress the younger paragons from the various major powers. Such a young man was destined to be extraordinary. Some experts even felt that the title was a type of purple gold color. It was very special and resonated with the heaven ranking. It carried a type of terrifying might and aura, and it even caused strange phenomena in the world. No one had ever been able to do this before. Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, Lu Hongyu, Lin Pu, and Lin Yao were speechless. Yu Tianze, Yu Jigong, and the others were also stunned. Their eyes were lifeless, and it was difficult for them to come back to their senses. Finally, everything began to calm down, and the light began to dim. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hands and stood quietly in front of the heaven ranking. He is a paragon. He has the qualifications to be arrogant. Looking at that figure, the hearts of everyone inside and outside the plaza were beating wildly. They began to size him up seriously. He's too powerful. He shook the top 5 paragons on the heaven ranking. This rock emperor is destined to rise up and shine in the holy city. Someone spoke. He was very excited and excited. They had personally witnessed the appearance of a terrifying new paragon. The top 10 rankings that have never moved before have now been shaken. A new paragon has appeared out of nowhere. An old man said meaningfully, "The appearance of such a young new paragon would probably cause great waves in the holy city." In the distance around the plaza, more and more figures were flying over in an endless stream. They were all attracted by this astonishing commotion. That's Lord Rock Emperor. He succeeded. He's a paragon. Lin Pu, Lin Yao, and the others were incomparably excited. The mysterious young man who had protected them all the way was a paragon, and a powerful one at that. Haha, so powerful. Lu Mingmo laughed. He was very happy. With such a paragon appearing out of nowhere, he knew that the Rock Emperor was safe. Such a paragon had killed a few people from the Black Cavalry Regiment in self-defense. In the end, the matter would be left unsettled. The Holy Palace wouldn't look for trouble. Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses. So this arrogant guy was actually so strong to such a terrifying degree. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was in front of the heaven ranking, was speechless. Du Xiaofu also didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion. He didn't know why, but in the state of emptiness, his martial vein spirit, spiritual root, and the golden wing blood in his body seemed to be boiling at the same time. Then, the stone tablet trembled as if it was about to explode. His name also directly reached the top in an instant. However, Du Xiaofu didn't want to attract too much attention. He just wanted to enter the Holy Palace. If his performance was too shocking, it would also cause more trouble. Therefore, Du Xiaofu instantly suppressed it with all his strength. Originally, he just wanted to be in the top 10. Who knew that he would stabilize at the 5th place? Chi! Suddenly, a ghostly figure pounced on the examination stone. The aura that filled the sky rumbled in an instant. A hand seal was shot out. It was Yu Tianze. Yu Tianze came back to his senses. The young man who was related to the Lin clan was actually such an extraordinary paragon. At this moment, he already had the strength to kill an overlord realm cultivator. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a huge threat to the Yu clan. He definitely couldn't be left alive. He had to act immediately. Du Xiaofu had already sensed it. It was just one Yu Tianze. He wouldn't be afraid even if there were 100 of him. Yu Tianze, it's not good to bully the young. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Almost at the same time, a figure surrounded by dazzling light appeared in front of Yu Tianze like a bolt of lightning. The same hand seal, dazzling and resplendent. also collided with Yu Tian's hand seal. At that moment, Yu Tian's expression changed drastically. He already knew who was attacking. Chi! The two hand seals collided. There wasn't much of a sound of collision. Only two auras intertwined. Dazzling talisman patterns bloomed, and the void quietly cracked open. However, the two figures were forced back at the same time. It was as if they were evenly matched. Sun Bufan, what are you trying to do? Yu Tian's expression was gloomy as he was forced back. His voice was sharp and fierce. Does the Yu clan think that the holy city is their own? You want to openly kill a paragon. That's not very good. A figure appeared. It was an old man with black hair and a red face. He wore a long robe. Du Xiaofu had noticed this person. He had been hiding in the distance and had restrained his aura. However, he was still a sage-to-be. He was a member of the Sun clan. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He felt a vast fluctuation. A familiar aura that had been hiding nearby finally couldn't hold it in any more. Humph! The Sun clan can't protect someone that the Yu clan wants to kill. At the same time, the void above the heaven roll was quietly distorted. As the sky trembled, a strange phenomenon appeared. The light was dazzling, and a terrifying scene of the sun and moon rotating appeared. Boom! A vast and terrifying aura descended, causing the entire holy city to tremble. In a flash, the void was filled with light. Whoosh! That terrifying scene descended. The stars exploded, the universe was turned upside down, and the void collapsed. It directly drowned Du Xiaofu. Even Sun Bufan turned pale with fright when he saw such a vast aura. At that moment, the others in the square collapsed to the ground. This kind of aura was too powerful. Just the terrifying aura that spread out was enough to make all living beings unable to resist it. They had to prostrate themselves in worship. Yubol! At that moment, a purple-gold light surged out of Du Xiaofu's eyes. He had long known that Yubol was hiding nearby. Otherwise, he would have attacked Yu Jigong and the others directly just now. It was precisely because he knew of Yubol's existence that Du Xiaofu decided to test him first. When the test results came out, Du Xiaofu had already expected that the Yu clan would attack regardless of the cost, so he was on guard. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about Yubol alone. This Yubol was at most weaker than Feng Jin. The Yu clan sure talks big. It's not very good to attack a young man like this. It was also at that moment that another voice was heard. Accompanied by a hole that seemed to have been torn open in the void, an old figure appeared like a ghost. In an instant, an invisible wave rippled in the void, bringing with it a strong wind that contained an ancient power. The light was dazzling as it spread out in the void, directly blocking Yubol's attack. It was as if it wanted to devour, destroy, and dissolve the strange phenomenon that Yubol had brought about. Not long after, the dazzling runes were destroyed in the void at the same time. Feng Wanran, does your Feng clan want to go against my Yu clan? The shout was sharp and the void clanged. A dazzling energy spear pierced through the void, surrounded by divine flames and carrying with it a terrifying pressure, directly pierced towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever the energy spear passed, the void turned into a pitch-black vacuum. Yubol, this is the sacred city. Does your Yu clan want to cover the sky with one hand? This shout was tit for tat. A claw mark appeared in the void, bringing with it a strong gale. The runes were dazzling, blocking the energy spear and then devouring it. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky, shining with dazzling light. They were two old men of similar age. One of them had shoulder-length black and white hair, and he wore a light-colored robe. He was thin, and his eyes were bright, emitting a frightening light. It was Yubol. The other old man wore a gray robe embroidered with some patterns. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a pair of black eyebrows that were half the length of a finger. He was very eye-catching, but the terrifying aura on him at that moment was not below Yubol's. Feng Wanran, a cultivator from the Feng clan, huh? Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the long-browed, gray-robed old man. His eyes were deep, as if they contained a storm, and there was a faint smile on his face. It's really lively here. Suddenly, above the void, another fluctuation appeared, and a middle-aged man appeared. His figure was slender and muscular, and his body was wrapped in a hazy halo, like the light of the stars. Only a pair of lightning-like eyes emitted light, which was very powerful. A supreme has appeared. I have nothing better to do, so I came to take a look. An old woman appeared in the sky far away. She was covered in dazzling runes. From afar, she looked like a rising sun. Boom! Far away in the void, a tall middle-aged man appeared quietly, shining brightly. Looking from afar, his figure was otherworldly. His black hair was loose, and his robe fluttered in the wind, making him look very valiant. Boom! Not far away, another beautiful woman appeared. Her long dress fluttered, and her eyes were like water, but they were extremely dazzling. When such figures appeared high in the void, formless pressure permeated the entire sacred city, freezing the void. They are too powerful. They are all saints. The people in the city were shocked, and some knelt down to salute them. Under such pressure, those who were weaker collapsed to the ground. Du Xiaofu stood below the heaven ranking. The purple-gold light in his eyes was also withdrawn, and they became clear again. Looking at the figures that appeared in the void one after another, all of them were saints. There were also many powerful ones who had hidden their auras. There were indeed many powerful ones in the sacred city. Feng Wanran, this brat killed people of the Yu clan and the Black Knight Regiment. You dare to stop me? Do you want to start a war with the Yu clan? Yu Bol looked at Feng Wanran. Such a supreme being was related to the Lin village, and seemed to be targeting the Yu clan, which made Yu Bol wary. Once he grew up, he would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. He would be a big problem for the Yu clan, and the sooner he was dealt with, the better. No matter who he killed, this is the sacred city. It is not good for you to bully the young. If he is guilty, let the sacred temple judge him. Feng Wanran was nonchalant. He looked at Yu Bol and said, If the Yu clan wants to start a war with the Feng clan, then the Feng clan will accept it. But now, you want to kill this young man. I wonder if the other clans will agree to your Yu clan covering the sky with one hand. The sacred city has the sacred temple to judge. This young supreme being is related to the future of the human race. No one can decide alone. In the distance, the old woman spoke with a faint voice. Let the sacred temple judge. Several voices resounded in the void. Their voices were not loud, but it was enough to fall into the ears of countless creatures in the vast sacred city. Yu Bol's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at the figures in the void and knew that he had missed the best opportunity. These people would not let him have his way. Boom! Suddenly, the sky and earth trembled. From the depths of the sacred city, golden light filled the sky. Mysterious runes spread out, and a vast and unparalleled power spread out. It seemed to resonate with the sky of the sacred city, making people's souls tremble. Those who killed the Black Knight Regiment will be punished. They will be ordered not to leave the sacred city. After the event, the new emperor will judge them. Such a voice was like thunder, containing a great pressure. It resounded in the depths of the sacred city with an indescribable pressure. Ren Huang. When such a voice sounded, countless figures in the sacred city knelt down and worshipped in the depths of the sacred city. There was a vast pressure there that made everyone tremble. The imperial palace's dragon Qi. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. That was clearly the imperial palace's dragon Qi. It seemed that the Ren Huang inside was similar to the emperor outside. It was just that the imperial palace's dragon Qi was too thick, far surpassing the imperial palace's dragon Qi in the barren nation. As the voice sounded, the golden light faded, and everything began to calm down. Let's go. Feng Wanran smiled faintly, then nodded at Du Xiaofu and the others kindly. His figure then broke through the sky and disappeared into the void. Sizzle, sizzle, one by one, the figures of the experts also disappeared. In the void, Yu Bol's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The Ren Huang had already spoken. If he continued to act, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Yu Bol also left. Kid, this is not over. I'll let you live for a few more days. Yu Tianzi said. Since Yu Bol had already left, there was no need for him to stay. He left with Yu Jigong and the hundreds of cultivators of the Black Cavalry Regiment. Du Xiaofu did not say anything from the beginning to the end. He watched the figures of the cultivators leave. They came quickly and left quickly. He was secretly thinking about something. However, everyone in the square was still in shock. No one had expected that the appearance of the Rock Emperor would attract so many powerful cultivators. With so many cultivators of the Saint Plain arriving, it caused such a huge commotion. Look, the number one hero, Jiang Yiting, is here. Ji Qianqing is here too. Yao Tianwu is there too. They are in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. They are here to see the rankings. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone noticed that the young Supremes had also appeared in the sky above the square. Those extraordinary young Supremes had all sensed the changes in the Heaven Roll and were all alarmed. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. He did not pay much attention to the number one hero and the others. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, he had already surpassed his peers. They were no longer in the same realm. With a slight smile on his face, Du Xiaofu walked down from the examination stone. The Rock Emperor's talent is exceptional. His appearance has shaken the entire holy city. Congratulations. Sun family's Sun Bufan welcomed him with a smile. Thank you for your help, senior. Du Xiaofu bowed. Why did the Sun family help him? Although Sun Bufan did not make a move and was not afraid, he was still indebted to the Sun family for saving his life. Don't mention it. Sun Bufan was very amiable. He asked Du Xiaofu, little brother, you are from the Lin family village and have just arrived in the holy city. Why don't you stay in my Sun family first? You will be worry-free, and you can also learn more about the holy city. What do you think? Sun Bufan did not beat around the bush. He hoped that Du Xiaofu could go to the Sun family. Sun Bufan, are you trying to snatch him? An angry voice sounded. An old woman of similar age appeared. She ignored Sun Bufan and smiled at Du Xiaofu, saying, Young man, how about staying in my Feng family? As long as you are in my Feng family, the Yu family can't do anything to you. Greetings, senior. Du Xiaofu bowed. Just now, it was the experts of the Feng family who helped him. He had a good impression of the Feng family. Don't be polite. Just come to my Feng family, the old woman said. I found that there is still a large chapter of manuscript. I will release it together. This is the volume of 2 chapters. I have finished updating today. Everyone rest early. Chapter 23-26. Little Brother Rock, why don't you come to my Jiang family? An old man came and said to Du Xiaofu. After that, there were people from other families, such as Yao family, First family, Ji family, and other major families and forces who came forward and surrounded Du Xiaofu, hoping that Du Xiaofu would go. Without a doubt, they were trying to rope him in. Such a young, supreme being had a boundless future. Whoever could rope him in would definitely be of great help to them in the near future. Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, Lu Hongyu, and the others were still in a daze. They didn't expect that young man's talent to be so strong, and now he was also favored by various forces. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a place to go. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu smiled and tactfully rejected everyone, not being rude. Who? The major forces and families were puzzled. This Rock Emperor's words meant that he had already been roped in by a major force. Du Xiaofu arrived at the Lu family's group and asked Lu Mingma, Brother Mingma. Does the Lu family have a place for us to stay for a few days? Lu Ming Mo was startled. He was somewhat astonished. Soon after, he regained his senses and fiercely nodded. He said, "Of course. You can stay as long as you want." "This guy wants to go to our Lu family." Lu Yinma and Lu Hongyu were in a daze. The Lu family was nothing compared to the favor of all the major powers and major families. With this guy's talent, he could become the most important guest of any major family. He wouldn't have to worry about the Yu family finding trouble with him. But now, this guy actually wanted to go to the Lu family, which made Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu very surprised. They originally thought that the Lu family had no competition at all among the major forces and families. Why would such a supreme being reject the major forces and choose the Lu family? "Then let's go. I'll disturb you for a few days." Du Xiaofu said to Lu Mingma, if he went to the Sun clan, the Feng clan, and the other clans, it would indeed be safer. There was no need to fear the Yu clan at all. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear that the Feng clan, the Sun clan, and the other clans were full of experts. If he wanted to do anything, it would be too inconvenient. But if he went to the Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. As for his own safety, without Ren Huang speaking up, the Yu clan would more or less have some misgivings. Besides, even if Yu Bull really attacked again, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. "Come, let's go back." Haha. Lu Mingma was very happy. This brother of the Rock Emperor was very generous. He directly rejected the invitations of the various great clans and forces. He didn't say anything, but he chose the Lu clan. Looking at the various great clans and forces staring at each other, his mood was exceptionally good. Indeed, when they saw that the Jizuan cultivator was actually Lu Mingma, the experts from the various powers and clans were dumbfounded. That young man had actually rejected them and chose the mediocre Lu clan. More importantly, the relationship between the Lu clan and the Yu clan was extremely complicated. Let's go back and discuss. We must rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator. After that, the experts from the various great clans immediately left. They had to go back and discuss with the experts in their clans. They must think of a way to rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator, even if they had to pay a huge price. The examination in the square continued. It was bustling with noise and excitement again. Some of the young people were even more excited. They wanted to leave their names on the heaven ranking and get the treatment that the various great clans were fighting to rope in. In the main hall of the Lu clan, "That bastard, he has caused trouble again." The head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping, felt mentally and physically exhausted. He originally thought that letting his son, Lu Mingma, rope in a few young people with potential would not cause any trouble. Anyway, those young people with top-notch talent would not take a fancy to the Lu clan. As long as he could rope in 1 or 2 geniuses, it would be good enough. However, Lu Qingping received news that his son, Lu Mingma, had quarreled with the people of the Lu clan again. This time there were even deaths. Many experts of the Black Cavalry Corps who were related to the Yu clan were also killed. Moreover, his son, Lu Mingma, was walking together with that young man. Boom! In the depths of the sacred city, there was a huge fluctuation. A vast aura soared into the sky. There was a dazzling purple-gold light in the sky. A supreme martial artist has appeared. It has shaken the heaven ranking and the sacred city. Lu Qingping felt the movement. The vast aura came from the heaven ranking. A new supreme martial artist had appeared out of nowhere. Head of the clan, he is back. The young master is back. A moment later, someone rushed into the main hall, panting and looking nervous. That bastard is back. What's so surprising about that? Ask him to come to the main hall, quickly. Lu Qingping said in a deep voice. At this moment, he wished he could kick that bastard a few times. In these troubled times, that bastard was still causing trouble everywhere. No! Head of the clan, the young master and young mistress have brought Emperor Rock back. They are already at the door. the person who came said. He had followed them all the way to the sacred city. This was a matter of great importance, so he informed the head of the clan in advance. The young supreme martial artist that the various forces and clans were fighting for had now come to the Lu clan. He had to inform the head of the Lu clan immediately. Who is Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping couldn't remember such a person as Emperor Rock. In the larger clans and forces, there didn't seem to be anyone called Emperor Rock. There also didn't seem to be an expert called Emperor Rock among the human race. Emperor Rock. Not long ago, he was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. A young supreme martial artist has appeared out of nowhere. Young Master Mingma suppressed the various clans and forces and brought Emperor Rock to our Lu clan, the person who came said. He still couldn't calm down. Quick, welcome him. When Lu Qingping heard this, the shocked expression on his face lasted for a second. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the main hall. After that, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Qingping in the Lu clan. He knew that it was Lu Limo and Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma's father. Greetings to the head of the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and secretly sized up Lu Qingping. A man who could give birth to 2 supreme martial artists, Lu Limo and Lu Yunma, had an extraordinary temperament and looked very handsome. Little brother Emperor Rock is too polite. Your presence brings light to my Lu clan's humble dwelling. Lu Qingping's temperament was indeed extraordinary. He didn't lose the demeanor of the head of the Lu clan. He was secretly surprised that his bastard son actually brought such a young supreme martial artist to the Lu clan. He had finally done something that could make the Lu clan proud. If this spread out, the Lu clan would also gain a lot of face. I need to disturb the Lu clan for a few days. Du Xiaofu went straight to the point. He needed a quiet place to rest and hoped that he wouldn't be disturbed. No problem. Lu Qingping nodded and immediately arranged for Du Xiaofu to stay in a secluded courtyard. He also instructed the disciples of the Lu clan not to disturb him. I will be in seclusion for a day and will come out at this time tomorrow. Du Xiaofu entrusted Lin Pu and the rest of the Lin clan to Lu Mingma. Don't worry, it will be fine. Lu Mingma patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Pu and the rest. After that, Du Xiaofu set up a simple seal outside the courtyard and entered the room. He still had some things to do. Du Xiaofu had already secretly investigated the Lu family and found that there were no saints. Du Xiaofu called out the ancient, desolate space. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Wan, and Xiao Qing were still cultivating and comprehending. They had all made great progress. The demonic ape was still recovering, so Du Xiaofu did not disturb them. In the ancient, desolate space, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a dazzling light. At that moment, his aura had also reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Master. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lin Feng woke up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately stood up and bowed. His eyes were filled with gratitude. This time, he was able to break through to the martial emperor realm because of this master's help. Du Xiaofu looked at Lin Feng. With his age, cultivation, and talent, although he was not weak, he had seen the heaven list. He knew very well that with Lin Feng's current conditions, there were not many chances for him to leave his name on the heaven list. It was definitely not easy to enter the heaven list. Next, it will be very painful. You better be prepared. Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. He planned to use the holy body art to refine Lin Feng's body and increase its potential to the maximum. At that time, it would definitely be useful in the examination. Then Du Xiaofu told him about the pain that the holy body art would bring. The holy body art was left behind by his master, the Holy Hand Emperor. It could refine a person's body like a spiritual weapon. It could even refine a talisman into a person's body. At the end of the refinement, the person's body could be comparable to a doctrine weapon, magic weapon, and holy weapon. The ancient jade had been broken, but with the holy body art, Lin Feng had been cultivating his body all these years. He was still extremely strong, surpassing many people. "I'm ready." Lin Feng's eyes were resolute. In order to enter the holy palace, he was willing to do anything and endure any pain. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, a medicinal pill was given to Lin Feng. This was a body protection pill. It could protect the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the cultivator's body from high temperatures, preventing them from being completely incinerated. Lin Feng did not hesitate to take the pill. He had absolute trust in the young man in front of him. Boom! The void trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a spiritual furnace talisman cauldron suddenly condensed. A blazing aura surged and flames jumped out. It was accompanied by a vast and unparalleled pressure. There were electric arcs that shook people's souls. Under the terrifying pressure, Lin Feng's heart trembled and his mind rippled. He almost wanted to crawl and tremble. He was secretly shocked. The Lord in front of him was clearly a terrifying spiritual talisman master. "I will now refine your body. This process is extremely dangerous. If you can't resist, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. The final result will depend on your own luck." Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng, "I will definitely be able to resist." "Yes." Lin Feng was very resolute. He jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. As soon as his body jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. The instant his clothes came into contact with the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, they turned to ashes under the high temperature. The raging flames burned his body, making his hair stand on end. Even his hair was immediately burned to ashes. When this kind of high temperature entered his body, not only his skin, but even the depths of his soul suddenly felt a burning pain. His soul seemed to be completely evaporated by the high temperature. Lin Feng's skin shriveled up due to the scorching pain, producing a zee sound. Fortunately, the body protection pill that Lin Feng had just consumed had taken effect in his body. A strong medicinal effect spread throughout his body, covering his internal organs and resisting the high temperature that was seeping in and causing fatal damage to his internal organs. However, this kind of high temperature still made his internal organs, bones, muscles, cells, and blood vessels twitch violently. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Du Xiaofu was controlling the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Given his current cultivation, no accident would happen. But it all depended on Lin Feng. If he could endure it and surpass his limits, then the body refined by the saint body art would be even more effective. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, waves of white divine light spread out from his body, causing the space to tremble. Du Xiaofu began to forge Lin Feng's physical body according to the holy body art. Everything was done with ease. Surrounded by the raging flames inside the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng's body burst out with white smoke. Clearly, some impurities were burned out, turning into ashes in the raging flames. But in this process, Lin Feng ended up screaming miserably. The skin all over his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the raging flames. This kind of pain was indescribable and indescribable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it. But Lin Feng clenched his teeth and forcibly resisting this kind of inhuman pain. His eyes were overflowing with blood, causing anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. For the Lin family village, I must succeed. I must pass the test and stay in the temple. Lin Feng warned himself in his heart. He must succeed, must become a powerhouse, and protect the reputation of the Lin family village, and protect his grandfather. Du Xiaofu was somewhat surprised. Lin Feng's endurance was no less than that of the ancient jade at the same level. He even deliberately increased the intensity. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and endured. His internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were all twitching under the high temperature. His body began to emit sizzling smoke from the high temperature, then spread out from his nostrils, mouth, ears, and even eyes. But under this kind of pain and torture, Lin Feng's body also underwent a huge change. His entire body began to emit a kind of luster, as if he had been poured with metal, giving off a feeling of explosive power. Since that's the case, I'll do my best. Let's see what happens to you. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and he began the next step. Mysterious runes suddenly spread out rapidly, and some special talisman arrays and secret techniques of beast energy were engraved on Lin Feng's body. Du Xiaofu had a good impression of Lin Feng, so he would do his best. As for what level Lin Feng would ultimately transform to, that would depend on his own luck. The arrangement of talisman arrays and secret beast techniques required the burning of spiritual fire from spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, and engraving them in the depths of one's bones. Only then could these talisman arrays and secret beast techniques fuse with one's body. And this process was incomparably complicated and a huge project. But for the current Du Xiaofu, it was a piece of cake. Only to Lin Feng, this was even more miserable than the burning pain he had just faced. That kind of secret beast techniques and talisman arrays engraved in the depths of one's bones was even more unbearable than the pain of having one's bones scraped. Chapter 23-27. Translator. H2DH, 2 Mr. Ah. In the ancient desolate space, another heart-shaking wail came out. Du Xiaofu's talisman runes landed on the surface of Lin Feng's body, carrying energy light and electric arcs. They covered Lin Feng's body densely with talisman runes before disappearing. During this process, as the talisman runes entered Lin Feng's body, energy fluctuations began to spread within his body. This energy fluctuation was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be able to communicate with and absorb the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, finally gathering in Lin Feng's body. Time continued to pass slowly, and Lin Feng kept screaming effort and reward were basically proportional. At this moment, Lin Feng still hadn't fully realized what he had received. He didn't know how terrifying the sacred body art was. Using this method to transform was equivalent to being reborn from the ashes. He had stepped onto a new martial path. In the near future, he would sweep through all directions and leave his name in this world. In the Lu family's main hall, the atmosphere was very oppressive and awkward. At this moment, Lu Qingping, Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, Lu Yunma, and many of the Lu family's experts and elders were present in the main hall. These Lu family's elders and experts were all alarmed when they heard that Lu Mingma had roped in a young supreme being. When everyone learned that the Rock Emperor had killed many Yu clan experts and members of the Black Cavalry Regiment, some of their expressions turned serious. Not to mention the complicated relationship between the Lu family and the Yu family, and the possibility of a marriage alliance, even under normal circumstances. Offending the Yu family for this young supreme being was undoubtedly the same as offending the Yu family. The Yu family would definitely not let this matter rest. For a young supreme being who had yet to mature, it was equivalent to making the Yu family their enemy. No matter how this was calculated, it wasn't worth it. In the main hall, the Lu family's experts and elders also had complicated expressions. This time, Yu Ming is almost certain to get the position of human sovereign. In the entire human race, only Yu Ming is the best match for Li Mo, said a Lu family expert. This is definitely not what the Yu family wants. If Li Mo goes to the Yu family, our Lu family will also be suppressed. Do you think the Yu family will watch Li Mo become stronger than Yu Ming? Said an elder of the Lu family. The hall was abuzz with discussion. Some people supported the marriage with the Yu family, some opposed it, and some remained neutral. We can't stop it now. Li Mo has already said that if Yu Ming can get the position of Ren Huang, she is willing to agree, said a middle-aged woman. The Lu clan couldn't change anything now. The Yu family wants to kill that young man. If he stays in the Lu family, even if Liemo marries into the Yu family, her life in the Yu family won't be easy. Leaving the Rock Emperor in the Lu clan was undoubtedly going against the Yu clan. When the time came, even if the Lu clan and the Yu clan had a marriage alliance, the Yu clan would still bear a grudge against them. That young man is quite extraordinary, but he killed the Black Knight Corps and the Yu family's people. The human emperor has said that he will be judged by the new emperor. If Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I'm afraid the consequences will be dire. We won't be able to protect him. Someone from the Lu family said, once Yu Ming became the new emperor, how could the Yu family let the Peng emperor go? Send him out of the Lu clan. It's still not too late. My Lu clan has Glass Desert and Yunma. Why would we need to rope in a young paragon with a bleak future? Someone from the Lu clan said, leaving that young man in the Lu clan was not a wise choice. It would have a huge impact on the Lu clan. Are you that afraid of the Yu family? You're even willing to sacrifice my sister's happiness. How ridiculous! Lu Mingma laughed. She was very disappointed. She got up and left. Lu Qingping wanted to stop Lu Mingma, but he hesitated. In the end, he didn't speak. Disperse. I will think about this matter carefully, Lu Qingping said to the Lu clan's elders and cultivators in the main hall. Clan head, please reconsider. In the main hall, everyone left. Yunma, what do you think? Lu Qingping asked his daughter, Lu Yunma, who was left behind. Father, sister doesn't want to marry into the Yu family, Lu Yunma said. She was still too young and knew that there were many things that she couldn't say. She left after that. Lu Qingping was deep in thought. He looked a little disappointed and haggard. Qi, the void in the main hall fluctuated. An old man appeared. He looked very old, but his eyes were full of spirit. Uncle. Lu Qingping got up and bowed. This was the Lu clan's strongest cultivator. He was about to step into the Saint Plane. Elder Lu sat down and said to Lu Qingping, you have 3 good children. Liemo and Yunma are the pride of the Lu clan. Although Mingma is naughty, she is still young. In the future, she will definitely bear the burden of the Lu clan. After a pause, Elder Lu continued, I already know everything. After living for so long, I have some insight. That Yu Ming is indeed not the right person for Liemo. Uncle, you mean? Lu Qingping asked. But our Lu clan doesn't have much choice now. If the new emperor's position didn't fall on Yu Ming, then everything wouldn't be so troublesome, Elder Lu said. Old Lu said. His aged face was slightly solemn. How could he not know that among the younger generation, other than Liemo, there was no one else who could compete with Yu Ming? Liemo had suffered a heavy blow this time, and the heavens did not bless the Lu family. The number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, and the others, seems to be unable to compete with Yu Ming. Lu Qingping's eyes darkened. He knew that Yu Ming's talent and strength were only below Liemo. In terms of true strength, Yu Ming had the entire Yu clan behind him. He was even more unfathomable. It's not the end yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If this is the will of the heavens, then it is also destined, Elder Lu said. Uncle, what should we do with that young Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping asked. The impact of this decision was too great. He needed to listen to Elder Lu's opinion. That young man seems to be not simple. His title is Purple and Gold. It is unique. It seems to have some kind of extraordinariness. The people of the major clans are all trying to rope him in. If the Yu clan wants to kill such a sovereign, it will be difficult to cover the sky with one hand. Elder Lu got up and said to Lu Qingping, you are now the head of the Lu clan. You should make your own decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu left. As time passed, the news in the sacred city had spread completely. A young sovereign named Emperor Rock had appeared out of nowhere. The news that he was ranked 5th on the heaven list had also spread to every corner of the human clan. What? There's such a young man? He's not from the major clans. He's actually so talented. A young man named Emperor Rock has appeared out of nowhere. He has suppressed many young sovereigns and shocked the sacred city, drawing out many saints. All kinds of news continued to ferment and spread to the entire human clan. It shocked everyone and caused a violent reaction. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in the barren ancient space, using the holy body technique to forge a physical body for Lin Feng. He didn't know anything about the outside world, nor was he interested in knowing. His only goal was to enter the sacred palace and settle the score with the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu had done the test on the heaven list intentionally. The sacred city was not a place where the Yu clan could cover the sky with one hand. Du Xiaofu thought that if he could be valued by all parties, then the Yu clan would not have the chance to act against him. Everything was as he had expected. Walala, in front of Du Xiaofu, inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, a body wrapped in the energy of heaven and earth was sitting cross-legged. His naked body was faintly visible, but his whole body was faintly emitting a fierce aura. Who? Seeing the body wrapped in energy inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, Du Xiaofu let out a deep breath and smiled. The holy body technique could be considered a success, but what would happen next would depend on Lin Feng's good fortune. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was very clear that in terms of the holy body technique, Lin Feng had obtained far more benefits than the ancient jade. When the ancient jade holy body technique was used to forge Lin Feng's body, Du Xiaofu's cultivation was not high, and the talisman arrays and beast energy secret techniques he had mastered were not particularly powerful. But at this moment, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation level and foundation, the effects of the holy body technique of crack could be imagined. Du Xiaofu was the only one who knew that Lin Feng's body was covered with several powerful talisman arrays and many supreme beast energies. So, he had to comprehend the mysteries of those talisman arrays by himself. His future achievements would be limitless if he could comprehend them thoroughly. Help people to the end. Help them to the end. Let's continue. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. What he wanted to do had been completed, but since he had already helped, he would help to the end. Although the purple thunder profound cauldron was no longer on him, and he could not use the purple gold profound bomb, he had comprehended the purple gold profound bomb for a long time, and also had the purple thunder profound cauldron for a long time. He had comprehended the mysteries of thunder and lightning, and he had the thunder martial vein. He wanted to try using the thunder martial vein to temper Lin Feng's body and upgrade his martial vein. Although he did not know whether he would succeed or not, Du Xiaofu wanted to give it a try. He was not convinced by the old village head's request, and he wanted to return the favor of the Lin family village. Boom! The ancient barren space shook, and the sound of lightning and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein and used the mysteries of thunder and lightning. In an instant, thunderclouds covered the sky, and a vast and unparalleled aura descended. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the evening glow covered the sky. Inside the Lu family, the scenery was picturesque. Spiritual mountains overlapped, and it was like a fairyland. At this moment, the Lu family's gate was as busy as a marketplace. People from all the major forces and families had come to visit, but in fact, they all wanted to see Emperor Rock. Emperor Rock is in seclusion. He said that he will come out tomorrow, and we can't disturb him. Those who came were all from the major forces, and there were several half-saints among them. Lu Qingping had to come out personally. However, the major forces did not believe Lu Qingping's words. They thought that the Lu family did it on purpose, as they did not want the young paragon to be seen by everyone. They were afraid that the major forces and families would fight over him. Even though the various large clans and powers had tried their best to invite him to join their clans, all of them had failed. However, the various large clans and powers didn't give up. After all, it was worth it to pay a price to rope in such an exalted being. After all, Such a young, exalted being had appeared out of nowhere, possessed such natural talent, and possessed the strength to kill Overlord realm cultivators. There was definitely a supreme expert hiding behind him. Once they could rope him in, their clans and powers would gain a terrifying boost in strength. Okay, then we will come again tomorrow. The people from the major forces and families said, not believing Lu Qingping's words at all. They would come again tomorrow and see what the Lu family could say then. Lu Qingping was helpless and could only smile bitterly. If the Lu family had the foundation of the Sun family, the Ren family, and the Yao family, such a young paragon in the Lu family would be more than welcome. They would not have to fear the Yu family at all. However, with the Lu family's current foundation, if they kept such a young paragon who had a deep hatred for the Yu family, it would be a blessing or a curse. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. At the center of the holy city, the square was still bustling with noise and excitement. The light was as bright as day, and many young people were still being tested. A few more young people passed the test and left their names on the heaven ranking, causing an uproar. There was another paragon. Although his ranking was not high, it still shook the holy city, causing the major forces and families to fight to rope him in. The Yu family. The main hall was quiet. Yu Bull sat upright. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the Lin family to still be able to struggle. If I had known, I would have wiped them out directly. That kid is not simple. We must find a way to deal with him. Grandfather, there is no need to worry. 2 days later, that kid will be dead for sure. Yu Ming's gold-threaded cloak fluttered slightly. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. He was in a good mood. After 2 days, he would soar into the sky. At that time, everything would be settled. That person called Emperor Rock would not be able to cause any trouble. The closer it is to this moment, the more we cannot be careless. Yu Bull's expression softened. He looked at Yu Ming and said, before the final outcome, we cannot be careless. The Sun family, the Ren family, and the First family will not give up. The first hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, Feng Wucha, and the others, I know their strength very well. They are not much of a threat. I have been preparing for so long and have been waiting patiently. They cannot stop me. Yu Ming was very confident. No one could stop him. The new human emperor would be him. At that time, he would soar into the sky and become the leader of the human race. This time, the heavens are helping us. Lu Limo is seriously injured. She is no longer a threat. Yu Bull smiled and said, when you become the human emperor, Lu Limo can only agree to join the Yu family. The Holy Temple will not be able to say anything. After everything is settled, the Lin family village and that Emperor Rock will be dealt with slowly. Let them live for a few more days. The position of the human emperor will belong to no one but me. Yu Ming looked at the moon. His eyes were like lightning. He was confident and arrogant. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the ancient desolate space. Purple lightning filled the entire space, and rumbling sounds of thunder resounded incessantly. Du Xiaofu activated the profound meaning of lightning and the thunder martial vein. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He helped Lin Feng refine his physical body and improve his martial vein. This was the first time Du Xiaofu was enlightened by the purple lightning profound cauldron. The result was very smooth. Du Xiaofu succeeded. Although the effect was not as strong as the purple gold profound bomb, it was not much different. Under the thunder martial vein, there was an indescribable pressure. It made Lin Feng's martial vein have supreme pressure. The process was very long. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, Du Xiaofu did not need to spend much effort. However, it required a lot of patience. Time passed by slowly. When he was about to succeed, the dazzling purple lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes faded away. The rumbling thunder and lightning in the sky also faded away. Everything calmed down and settled down. Crackle, crackle, Lin Feng was still seated cross-legged. At this moment, there was an additional purple-gold color on his physical body, as though it had a metallic texture. Traces of purple-colored electric arcs shuttled across the surface of his body. His physical body seemed to contain a volcano that was filled with an explosive feeling. Phew! Du Xiaofu retracted his hand seal and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He had done everything. The next thing was entirely up to Lin Feng. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem to leave his name on the heaven list. As for how far Lin Feng could go in the future, and how strong he could become in the future, even Du Xiaofu himself was unable to estimate it. That would depend on Lin Feng's comprehension ability and the opportunities he would encounter in the future. Even so, Lin Feng had broken out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. He had refined Lin Feng's body using the holy body art and the thunder martial vein. Although it did not consume much energy, Du Xiaofu was in the holy city and could change at any time. It was better to keep himself in peak condition at all times. Peace was restored in the ancient barren space. Only purple lightning flashed on Lin Feng's body from time to time, emitting crackling sounds. Because of the holy body art, Lin Feng's eyebrows and eyelashes had all turned into ashes. His black hair had also disappeared. He looked like a monk, but the top of his head was covered with runes. The runes gave off a metallic purple-gold color, giving people a sense of mystery. On his body, mysterious talisman patterns fluctuated. Lin Feng's eyebrows and black hair, which had turned into ashes, began to grow back slowly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he regained his original appearance. Immediately after, Lin Feng's eyelids trembled slightly and he opened his eyes. A dazzling light filled the air and rushed out from his metallic body. An invisible fierce aura that was incomparably sharp shook the void. Lin Feng's mind looked inside and checked everything in his body. Feeling all the changes in his body, Lin Feng's eyes trembled and he revealed an incredible look of surprise. Study the runes and the beast secret technique on your body well. How far you can go in the future depends on yourself. Du Xiaofu woke up and looked at Lin Feng. Feeling everything on Lin Feng's body, he was quite satisfied. The effect seemed to be much better than he had imagined. Qila, Lin Feng knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. He did not care about his naked body. His eyes were filled with tears, and he kept kowtowing. At this moment, he was very clear about the great benefits he had received, and it was all because of the person in front of him. "Get up," said Du Xiaofu. "Lin Feng has a request. If Sir doesn't agree, Lin Feng will not get up." Lin Feng did not get up. He had a request. "Speak." Du Xiaofu was surprised. "Sir, please accept Lin Feng as your disciple. Lin Feng has nothing to repay you with. From now on, Lin Feng is willing to follow Master." Lin Feng was still kowtowing. He was not stupid. How could someone who could give him such benefits unconditionally be simple? Chapter 23-28. Du Xiaofu smiled and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you want to enter the Divine Temple to cultivate?" "Entering the Divine Temple to cultivate will not affect my apprenticeship. If I can enter the Divine Temple this time, I am still willing to follow you after the Divine Temple," Lin Feng said. "But I have no intention of taking in a disciple. Get up. The Divine Temple is not simple. If you enter the Divine Temple, you may be able to find a good master," Du Xiaofu said. He had no intention of taking in a disciple. "I know that I am born stupid. If I can't become your disciple, I am willing to follow you. I am even willing to be your follower. I beg of you, sir." Lin Feng pleaded firmly. He was afraid that the master in front of him did not like his talent. He was willing to be his follower. It was also to repay the kindness of tempering his body. Sigh, Du Xiaofu was helpless. This guy was really determined. He sighed and said, "I really have no intention of taking in a disciple. If you are willing, you can be a disciple in name first." Thank you, Master. Disciple Lin Feng greets Master. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. A disciple in name was still a disciple. He immediately kowtowed 9 times. All right, get up. I don't know if being my disciple in name is a blessing or a curse. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. I am willing to follow you, Master, Lin Feng said. It's about time. Let's go out. Du Xiaofu said. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would miss the test time. However, when Du Xiaofu exited the desolate ancient space, he immediately sensed that there were many experts outside the seal. There were even many Saint Realm experts among them. After putting away the seal, Du Xiaofu appeared. The first person he saw was the Lu family head, Lu Qingping, who was overjoyed. Rock Emperor, you have finally come out. Lu Qingping heaved a sigh of relief. He had been standing on pins and needles. God knew that many experts of the Sage Realm had come early in the morning. They had already waited until noon. Du Xiaofu was impolite. He glanced around and saw an old man beside Lu Qingping. They had met before when he used the disguised divine spell. It was this old man who went to greet Lu Limo. He was a half-saint. Then Du Xiaofu was surprised. There were many half-saints, and even saint-level cultivators present. He had seen some of them in the square yesterday. Little brother Rock Emperor, these are all experts from the various great clans. They are all here to see you. Lu Qingping introduced the cultivators. They were all cultivators from the major clans. They were all famous in the human clan. Several of them were in the Saint Realm, but they were all at the initial level of the Saint Realm. Du Xiaofu greeted them. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was neither rude nor humble. The people from the major clans and forces had come with the same purpose. They hoped that Du Xiaofu could be a guest. This was equivalent to roping him in. Once Du Xiaofu went, it would undoubtedly mean that they were close to him. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely visit you next time. Du Xiaofu declined politely. Everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's attitude was quite firm. It seemed that he was determined to stay in the Lu family. They had no choice but to leave. Du Xiaofu pointed to Lin Feng beside him and said to the experts of the major clans and forces present, Seniors, I have a registered disciple who has not passed the test yet. If you are on the way, you can take him to test his talent. This, little friend, please don't joke around. Everyone was astonished. But soon after, they smiled and left after exchanging some pleasantries. After all, they were all strong cultivators and would not do something so shameless. And with their status, it was naturally not appropriate to take someone else's registered disciple to test his talent. But there was one person who did not leave. It was a middle-aged woman of the Saint Realm from the Jiang family. She looked very kind. The middle-aged woman wanted to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. Du Xiaofu was very polite. After all, she was a Saint Realm cultivator who had come to the Lu family in person. In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu met the Saint Realm cultivator of the Jiang family. He was not arrogant and was very polite. Du Xiaofu was the kind of person who would return the favor tenfold. Young man, your talent is extraordinary and your future is limitless. Our Jiang family values you very much. Where did you come from? The Saint Realm cultivator of the Jiang family asked in a roundabout way, hoping to learn about Du Xiaofu's background. It would be strange if such a young man did not have a background. My master does not like worldly affairs and has always been a wild crane. He also told me not to say much. Du Xiaofu replied and did not say much. The middle-aged woman didn't ask any more questions and appeared to be very easygoing. However, she felt more and more that this young man was neither servile nor overbearing in front of her. His every move revealed an invisible aura that even made her secretly tremble. The person behind this was definitely not simple. Perhaps he was a peerless expert who had been hiding in the human race. Young man, are you married? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Her eyes were deep and her face was kind. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. Indeed, he was not married. He shook his head. That's good. The middle-aged woman seemed very happy. She looked carefully at Du Xiaofu and seemed to be more and more satisfied. She said, "To be honest, I like you very much. Among the young people of the human clan, you can be ranked among the top. I have a descendant who is about the same age as you. She is also a famous beauty with good talent and is ranked in the celestial ranking. How about you two become husband and wife?" Ah, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He could deal with everything, but he did not expect this middle-aged woman to come here to talk about marriage. Don't be nervous. Think about it carefully. I can guarantee that my descendant is very beautiful and has countless suitors in the sacred city. But a beauty with a supreme being is very suitable for you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see her in person, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. Well, I'm afraid that no one will look down on me. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. No, when I came out this time, I asked her about it. She saw you yesterday and has already given her heart to you, the middle-aged woman said. The middle-aged woman said, "Of course." Some of her words weren't true. However, she was very sure that there wouldn't be any problems as long as she went back and told them. It was undoubtedly the best choice for this young man to marry a member of the Jiang family. Du Xiaofu pondered, then turned his eyes and asked the middle-aged woman, "Senior, are you talking about Jiang Yuting?" Well, the middle-aged woman was stunned and said, "No, but compared to Yuting, she is definitely not much worse." That's a pity. Du Xiaofu pretended to be disappointed. With Jiang Yuting's status in the Jiang clan would not casually take her out to rope him in. At that time, he would not have to directly reject the Jiang clan's experts and make them unhappy. The middle-aged woman pondered. It turned out that the other party had taken a fancy to Yuting, and Yuting had always been regarded as a match made in heaven with the number one hero. The number one hero was ranked third on the heaven ranking, and he had the entire number one clan behind him. Senior, is Jiang Yuting married? I think it would be great if it was her. Du Xiaofu knew that his words were effective and said to the middle-aged woman, Jiang Yuting seemed to be a match made in heaven with the number one hero, so the Jiang clan would not use Jiang Yuting to rope him in. Young man, Yuting's status in the Jiang clan is very special. If you are really interested in her, it is not impossible. I will go back and help you talk to them, and then I will give you an answer. The middle-aged woman said to Du Xiaofu. She did not directly reject, but also did not agree. She was ambiguous, and it was easy to advance or retreat. Then, she got up and prepared to leave. If Senior is interested, I have a registered disciple at the door. Her talent should be considered to be barely enough. She is a good match for the descendant that Senior mentioned just now. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, As for me, I am only in love with Miss Jiang Yuting. Young man, don't joke around. That young man is still young, not at the age of marriage. I will go back and discuss Yuting's matter properly. The middle-aged woman had seen Lin Feng before, and at this moment, she thought that Du Xiaofu was joking. He was only in love with Jiang Yuting, and it was impossible for him to marry the descendant of the heaven ranking to his registered disciple. Even if she agreed, the Jiang clan would not agree. After that, the middle-aged woman left, and the head of the Lu clan personally sent her out. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had finally sent away such a true saint. However, just when Du Xiaofu thought that he was free, another person came. It was the old half-step true saint from the Lu clan who came personally to accompany him. Du Xiaofu recognized this person. He was an acquaintance of his. He was the head of Biluo City, Sun Yi of the Sun clan, an initial true saint. Greetings, City Lord. Du Xiaofu was very polite. He had a good impression of the Sun clan. In the public square, the half-step true saint from the Sun clan, Sun Bufan, had also helped him. No need to be so polite. Let's talk alone. Sun Yi spoke. also wanting to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. The old half-step true saint from the Lu clan tactfully left, allowing Sun Yi and Du Xiaofu to talk alone. Back then, I already felt that little friend was extraordinary. Who would have thought that you would amaze the entire human race with a single brilliant feat? This is truly worthy of celebration. Sun Yi smiled and was very polite. I still have to thank City Lord for your help. Du Xiaofu replied. Little friend, I will get straight to the point. I wonder if little friend is married? Sun Yi asked directly. Nope. Du Xiaofu shook his head and secretly guessed that the Sun clan wouldn't want to rope him in like the Jiang clan, right? That's great, that's really great. Sun Yi slapped his knee and was very happy. He said to Du Xiaofu, little friend, have you met Sun Qin from the Sun clan? She is ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. Her talent is extraordinary, and she is also devastatingly beautiful. Yes, I have. Du Xiaofu nodded. She was indeed extraordinary. Her appearance was outstanding, and her temperament was extraordinary. This time, I am here to bring good news. Sun Qin has also reached the age of marriage. I wonder if little friend is interested in marrying into the Sun clan. Sun Yi spoke with a face full of smiles. Marrying into the Sun clan, especially with Sun Qin, was something that countless young talents in the human race wished for. Whether it was Sun Qin's talent and beauty, or the background of the entire Sun clan behind her, they were all things that the young talents of the human race couldn't refuse. Presumably, this young man called Emperor Rock in front of him was also enough to tempt him. Marrying into the Sun clan, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the Sun clan to be so willing to take out Sun Qin. However, marrying into the Sun clan would be difficult for others to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord, but this is no small matter. I'm afraid I can't agree first. I need some time to think about it. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He couldn't refuse directly. It wasn't that he had any thoughts in his heart, but he had to take the Sun clan's face into consideration. If he refused directly, it would be a little inappropriate. Sun, he was very surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him didn't seem to be tempted by such conditions. Okay, I hope little friend will think about it soon. Sun, he didn't say anything more. He couldn't offer a better condition. He was still very polite. Then he bid farewell and left. City Lord, I have an in-name disciple outside. His talent is not bad, but he hasn't passed the test yet. If City Lord is on the way back, why don't you bring him for the test? Du Xiaofu said to Sun Yi. This Sun Yi was puzzled. He was a Saint Realm cultivator, one of the top experts in the human race. This young man actually asked him for such a small matter. Okay, it's on the way. But soon after, Sun Tian nodded and agreed to Du Xiaofu's request. The more he interacted with Du Xiaofu, the more he felt that this young man gave him an increasingly unfathomable feeling. Bringing his in-name disciple for the examination was as easy as putting down his pride. He would just treat it as leaving a good impression on the Sun clan. Thank you very much, City Lord. Du Xiaofu thanked him sincerely. Lin Feng was from the Lin village. If the test results were out, the Yu clan might do something. If the Sun clan's Saint Realm cultivator was there was no need to fear. Then, Du Xiaofu handed Lin Feng to Sun Yi and transmitted his voice to Lin Feng's ear, saying, Do your best. The result will depend on your luck. If you are lucky enough, you will be able to leave a good position on the heaven ranking. If City Lord Sun Yi has any requests, you can agree. Whoosh, whoosh. The head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping and old Lu, personally sent Sun Yi off. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. They didn't expect that so many Saint Realm cultivators from various clans and forces would come to rope him in. I've troubled the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fist and said to old Lu and Lu Qingping, These 2 days, the disturbances from various clans and forces must have caused a lot of trouble for the Lu clan. Brother Rock, You can stay in the Lu clan. Our Lu clan doesn't deserve you, but don't worry. You can stay as long as you want, Lu Qingping said. This was also a kind of statement. Such a young Saint Realm cultivator gave him a different feeling. Perhaps he would bring some changes to the Lu clan's current predicament in the future. Thank you, clan lord, Du Xiaofu said. He looked around and only saw Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu. He didn't see Lu Mingma. He was a little surprised and asked, "Where is brother Mingma?" "This child, I don't know where he went. He probably couldn't stay any longer and went out to cause trouble." Lu Qingping was helpless. It was normal for Lu Mingma to not be in the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu didn't ask further. Then he asked, "I want to know some things about entering the divine palace. Can I trouble clan lord to tell me a little?" "That's simple." Lu Qingping nodded and called Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma over. He said to Du Xiaofu they all know. "Brother Rock, what do you want to know? You can ask." Then Lu Qingping and old Lu left. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma told Du Xiaofu about the divine palace. "I heard that the Sun clan and the Jiang clan both want to find someone to marry you. Is that true?" Seeing her father and old Lu walking away, Lu Yunmo raised her head and stared at Du Xiaofu with her bright eyes. She wasn't shy at all. "Of course, I'm a peerless genius, and I'm also graceful and elegant. Naturally, they'd want to give their beauties to me," Du Xiaofu said confidently. "Tisk!" Lu Yunmo rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu from top to bottom. This guy was wearing shabby clothes. Although he had some temperament, he was extremely arrogant and prideful. "Then, did you agree?" Lu Hongyu was a little curious. "Of course not. The Sun clan wants me to marry into their family. How can I be that kind of person? Isn't that the same as me, a man marrying into the Sun clan?" "Of course not." Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, "Hee hee." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh, swaying back and forth. "What about the Jiang clan?" Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh. She almost couldn't breathe. Jiang Yiting is the only one in the Jiang clan who can accept it. However, it seems that the Jiang clan isn't willing, Du Xiaofu said with some regret. Of course, Jiang Yiting and the #1 hero have always been childhood sweethearts. Many people think that they are a match made in heaven. Do you think that you can be stronger than the #1 hero? Lu Yunma continued to roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was really courageous. He actually wanted Jiang Yiting. The #1 hero? He's not as handsome as me. He's too weak. I'm too lazy to compete with him. I don't want to bully him, Du Xiaofu said. Shameless! Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma could only feel helpless. This guy was really arrogant. All right, I'll ask some questions. I've heard about the examination stone. When can I go to the sacred palace to comprehend it? Du Xiaofu asked. This was his real purpose. He wanted to enter the sacred palace. This time, the sacred palace's examination for the younger generation will end tonight. Tomorrow is the most important event for the entire human race. The competition for the new emperor. The day after tomorrow, you can go directly to the sacred palace. At that time, the people on the heaven ranking can enter the sacred palace at any time to comprehend everything. Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu with some worry and said, But you have to be careful. You've offended the Yu clan. When Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I think that the Yu clan won't let you go. In fact, it's not bad for you to marry into the Sun clan. If you become a member of the Sun clan, then the Yu clan won't be able to deal with you. Du Xiaofu smiled and asked, I wonder how the new emperor is chosen? What are the requirements? You don't even know this? Lu Yunma was very puzzled. It seemed that there was no one in the entire human race who didn't know. All 3 chapters are super chapters. Finished today. Chapter 23-29. Immediately, Lu Yunma informed Du Xiaofu that every 100 years, the human emperor would be chosen again. There were conditions to become the human emperor. Firstly, one had to be a sovereign on the heaven ranking. Geniuses didn't qualify. Secondly, one had to obtain the human emperor's seal. Tomorrow, there will be a battle between the sovereigns. Whoever obtains the human emperor's seal will be the new human emperor. Lu Hongyu said to Du Xiaofu, "Does fighting for the human emperor's seal depend on strength?" Du Xiaofu asked. He guessed that the human emperor's seal might be something similar to He Jinlong's imperial jade seal. In the direction of the sacred palace, there was a strong imperial palace, Dragon Qi. Even in the sacred city, one could feel the imperial palace, Dragon Qi. Of course, strength is important, but it is said that in addition to strength, one also needs the human emperor's physique to obtain the human emperor's seal. Otherwise, it will be difficult to obtain the human emperor's seal. Lu Yunma said, "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu smiled. He had a rough understanding. If there were no accidents, he would be able to enter the sacred palace the day after tomorrow. If he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, that would be the best thing. "Do you want to fight for the human emperor's seal tomorrow?" Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. This guy was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. He had a lot of potential and opportunities. Lu Yunmo was looking forward to it. If there was a miracle, if this mysterious guy could obtain the human emperor's seal, then her sister wouldn't need to marry Yuming. "I'm not interested." Du Xiaofu shook his head. He only came to this fearsome ground to look for opportunities. He had no interest in the human emperor's seal. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this fearsome ground. What a strange person. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma looked at each other. This guy was really strange. He wasn't interested in the human emperor's seal. After chatting for a while, Du Xiaofu returned to the secluded courtyard arranged by the Lu family. He looked at the direction of the testing stone in the square. Du Xiaofu was also curious about the result of Lin Feng's test. He wondered what level Lin Feng's overall potential and talent would reach after his martial veins were refined and improved by the sacred body technique, Thunder Martial Vein, and Thunder Ultimacy. At dusk, half of the sky was covered by burning clouds. Boom! Suddenly, at the center of the holy city, a trembling sound came from the direction of the testing stone. A bright purple light gushed out, shaking the entire holy city. Rumble! In the void, there was even a rumbling sound that sounded like the sound of the heavens. At this moment, the entire square was silent. On the heaven, ranking on the testing stone, a purple light shone brightly. A new name called Lin Feng rose up like a purple sun, illuminating half of the sky. Rays of light shot up into the heavens, illuminating the heavens. Lin Feng's name landed on the 8th place of the heaven leaderboard, shining brightly and dazzling. 8th place, the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard, has been shaken again. Lin Feng, another new supreme being, has appeared. The plaza erupted with commotion, and the sound waves rushed into the heavens. Another supreme being like this appeared out of nowhere, shaking up the entire holy city. Ha ha ha, Sun Wu laughed happily. He finally knew why the young man wanted him to personally bring someone for the testing. Not long after, the Lu family received the news. "Little brother Emperor Rock, your in-name disciple has passed the test. He's ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard." The family head, Lu Qingping, personally went to inform Du Xiaofu. He was shocked and couldn't help but tremble a little. He knew that Lin Feng was the in-name disciple of Emperor Rock, who was brought out from the Lu family not long ago. However, he didn't expect his master to be ranked 5th on the heaven leaderboard, and his in-name disciple to be ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. This was too shocking. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the testing stone, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard, which was not bad. This was only because he had just tempered his body. In the future, when he completely comprehended the talisman arrays on his body and the Supreme Beast Energy secret technique inscribed on it, he would be able to improve further. Lin Feng's return excited the entire Lu family. Another powerful supreme being had returned to the Lu family. "God bless my Lin family village. God bless my Lin family." The old man from the Lin family village had been waiting for a long time. He was so happy that tears filled his eyes. They didn't know how Lin Feng had appeared in the Lu family village, but the result had deeply shocked them. They even felt that it was unbelievable. However, it was true. Lin Feng had succeeded, and he was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. He wasn't a genius, but a supreme being. How could they not be excited? Lin Feng walked to Du Xiaofu and knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with tears, and he didn't say a word. He just kept kowtowing. The old man from the Lin family seemed to have understood something, and he immediately knelt down behind Lin Feng. "Get up." Du Xiaofu was very calm. He was happy for Lin Feng. He pulled Lin Feng up, and an invisible force lifted everyone from the Lin family up. "Master," City Lord Sun Yi said that he wanted to accept me as his inner disciple. "I thought about your words and agreed. However, if you don't think it's suitable, I will immediately reply to City Lord Sun Yi." Lin Feng said to Du Xiaofu, "Silly, this is your opportunity. You should cherish it and cultivate well in the future." Du Xiaofu smiled. This result was within his expectations. Lin Feng's talent was enough for the Sun family to rope him in. Accepting him as a disciple on the spot was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Du Xiaofu had done all of this on purpose. He would leave this place sooner or later, and he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now City Lord Sun Yi's inner disciple, which meant that he was a member of the Sun family. At that time, if the Yu family wanted to touch Lin Feng, or even the Lin family village, they would have to be careful. The holy city was still in an uproar. Lin Feng's name had spread everywhere, and had also caused a huge storm. He was being roped in by all the major families and forces. What a pity the Sun family acted first. When did Sun Yi come back? A supreme being ranked 8th on the heaven ranking was actually taken away by Sun Yi. "I'm so angry." In the square, many people from the major forces and families were still annoyed. They wanted to fight for it, but Sun Yi acted first and took him in as his inner disciple. That young man seemed to be familiar with Sun Yi. Sun Yi had brought him here personally, so they had no way to fight for it. It's that young man, Lin Feng, the Rock Emperor's in-name disciple. Yes, it's him. He's the in-name disciple. Then someone remembered that the young man called Lin Feng was the one who the Rock Emperor had asked them to bring over for a test in the Lu family not long ago. "I'm so angry. I miscalculated. I'm so angry." When the people from the major families and forces learned of the young man's identity, they were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Some old people were so angry that they almost vomited blood. If they had known that the young man called Lin Feng was so talented, they wouldn't have refused to bring him along. At that time, they couldn't let go of their dignity, but now their intestines were green with regret. Ha ha ha! Only the people from the Sun family were laughing. They were laughing with incomparable pride. Elder Sun, he had good eyesight. He had brought Lin Feng here and made him an inner disciple of the Sun family. He had undoubtedly become a member of the Sun family. This was much more reliable than ordinary roping in. Chapter 2330. At night, many experts from the various families and forces were lamenting and regretting their decision, especially the Saint Realm middle-aged woman from the Jiang family. In the afternoon, the Rock Emperor had taken the initiative to ask her to bring Lin Feng for the test. However, she didn't take a fancy to him. How could a Saint Realm cultivator be willing to bring a junior of unknown origins for the test? Even the top juniors in the Jiang family, other than Jiang Yiting, were not qualified for her to personally send them. However, the middle-aged Saint Realm woman was so regretful that her intestines turned green. If she had agreed to the Rock Emperor's request in the afternoon and brought Lin Feng for the test, Sun Wu wouldn't have had a chance. Tianzi was ranked 8th on the heaven list. She also wanted to take in such a supreme youth as her disciple. Lin Feng, a member of the Lin family. The Lin family actually produced such a talented junior. We can't let him go, Otherwise, it will be a big problem. At night, a gloomy voice came from the Yu family. Killing intent filled the air. Time passed slowly. It was almost midnight. The people in the square were getting fewer and fewer. The younger generation from various forces who came to participate in the test were almost done. In general, most of the young people in the past few days were disappointed. Many young talents came confidently but returned in disappointment. They didn't pass the test. However, many geniuses appeared in the past few days. More than 300 new geniuses appeared on the heaven ranking. Among them, there were more than 10 new supreme geniuses. All of them shook the holy city. Their names spread to all parts of the human race. Among them, the names of the Rock Emperor and Lin Feng were the most shocking. The geniuses who entered the top 10 of the heaven ranking caused a huge commotion. It was almost time. The test stone was about to close. The people in the square began to disperse. There weren't many left. Boom! Suddenly, the heaven ranking shone brightly. The golden light was dazzling, and the aura shook the void. The golden light was dazzling. It was a new title that appeared on the heaven ranking. The 3 words, Lu Mingma, were emitting a divine radiance. I said that I would come back to the heaven ranking. On the test stone, Lu Mingma looked at the ranking on the heaven ranking. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Then he left. It's Lu Mingma. He returned to the heaven ranking. It seems that Troublemaker didn't stop cultivating during this period. He must be secretly honing his skills. Some people were secretly surprised. To be able to enter the top 200 of the heaven ranking, such a genius, Lu Mingma. This had nothing to do with strength. This kind of talent meant that his future was limitless. Lu Mingma in the heaven ranking. Lu Mingma. That kid, Lu Mingma. Deep in the night, Lu Qingping raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. There was a deep gentleness in his eyes as he murmured, Luo Yan, the 3 children are doing very well. They did not disappoint me. It's a pity that you are not here anymore. Do you know how much I miss you? The children did not say anything, but I know that they miss you very much. Time passed slowly, but tonight seemed to be an especially long night. Holy city in holy city, holy city, holy city, holy, holy city, sacred in the holy. The hustle and bustle in the streets and alleys did not subside much. The hustle and bustle of hawking gathered together and soared into the night sky. However, when dawn arrived, a strange scene gradually appeared in the holy city. All the shops in the streets and alleys of the holy city began to close their doors. More and more people gathered on the streets. They gathered into a crowd and headed towards the depths of the holy city. Everyone lowered their voices. Their eyes were burning with passion, but their expressions were sincere, as if they were going to worship. Everyone knew what day it was. Today was the biggest event of the human clan. The selection of the new emperor would be announced today. When the darkness before dawn passed, the first ray of sunlight penetrated the eastern horizon and shone on this ancient city. Densely packed crowds of people swarmed out from all over the place. The crowds took different routes, but their direction was the same. They were all heading towards the deepest part of the holy city, towards the holy palace. That was the holy land of the human clan. It was a place that everyone wanted to step into. On this special day, Du Xiaofu was no different. He sat cross-legged in a secluded room in the courtyard. He breathed and adjusted his breath, comprehending the 3 sword moves in his mind. It wasn't until late in the morning that Du Xiaofu woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He stretched his waist, and the joints all over his body emitted crackling sounds. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Looking at his body, Du Xiaofu smiled. He felt that his body was in peak condition. He was very satisfied. The tattered clothes on his body had not been washed for a long time. Du Xiaofu took out a purple robe from his Qingquan bag and put on. What an impressive appearance! After tidying up his clothes, Du Xiaofu looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He could not help but praise himself. Only then did he leave the room. Outside the courtyard, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Mingma waiting outside. He seemed to have waited for a long time. His eyebrows and hair still had dew on them. Brother Rock Emperor. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Lu Mingma smiled. He had been waiting outside the seal and did not disturb him. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and exhaled. Today seemed to be the day to choose a new emperor. He could go and take a look. To tell you the truth, I have something to ask Brother Rock Emperor for help. Lu Mingma said with a serious face. If there's anything I can help with, I will not refuse. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had a good impression of Lu Mingma. Although his talent was not as good as Lu Liamo and Lu Yima, he was very loyal. I heard from Yunma that Brother Rock Emperor is not interested in the position of the human emperor. Lu Mingma asked Du Xiaofu. When he heard this, he was also very surprised. There is actually someone who is not interested in the position of the human emperor. I'm not interested. It's fine as long as I can enter the sacred palace. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was indeed not interested in the position of the human emperor. That's good. I want to ask Brother Rock Emperor to help me. No matter what, we cannot let Yu Ming become the new emperor. Lu Mingma said. Today was the day to choose a new emperor. No matter what, they could not let Yu Ming become the new emperor. Although the number one hero, Sun Qin, and the others would definitely fight until the end, Lu Mingma thought that there must be someone who could directly target Yu Ming. Even if he could not become the human emperor, he would rather let others take advantage of him than let Yu Ming succeed. The Rock Emperor in front of him, regardless of strength or qualifications, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu asked Lu Mingma, "Why don't you want Yu Ming to become the human emperor?" "I don't want my sister to marry him. I know that my sister doesn't like him. The Yu clan's goal isn't pure either. They only care about my sister's talent. If my sister really marries into the Yu clan, she will only suffer. She will also be suppressed by them." Lu Mingmo raised his head. His eyes were flickering with light. "What's the reason?" asked Du Xiaofu. He was deep in thought. He knew that the Yu clan had something to do with Lu Mingma. Now, it seemed like the Yu clan's plan was to let Yu Ming marry Lu Mingma and obtain the position of the human emperor. "It's a little complicated," said Lu Mingma. He then roughly told Du Xiaofu everything. Lu Mingma's appearance and talent were enough to make all the young talents in the human clan unable to reject her. To ordinary men, Lu Mingma was like a mountain. She was the pride of the heavens, sacred and inviolable. The gap between them was insurmountable. Looking at the entire human clan, only the top 10 young talents on the heaven list were qualified to marry Lu Mingma. Among them, Yu Ming from the Yu clan was undoubtedly the best candidate. However, Yu Ming had always expressed his love for Lu Mingma, but Lu Mingma had never reciprocated. Although the Yu clan was powerful, Lu Mingma's talent and status were known by all the major forces and clans. Lu Mingma's master was an ancient and terrifying existence in the divine palace. Therefore, the Yu clan did not dare to use their power to suppress others. Yu Ming had always wanted to marry Lu Mingma. He had even proposed a few times, but Lu Mingma did not agree. But this time Lu Mingma was heavily injured in the Beast Alliance's territory. Yu Ming risked his life to save her. How deep were their feelings for each other? He proposed again. In addition, an ancient existence in the Yu clan had also spoken to the person in the divine palace. Lu Mingma could not reject it. In the end, she could only offer a condition. If Yu Ming could become the new emperor, she would agree to Yu Ming's proposal. "Originally, my sister had the greatest chance of becoming the new emperor. But now that my sister is heavily injured, she will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Yu Ming's chance has become the greatest. Although the number one hero and Sun Qin are very strong, I am afraid that they will not be able to stop Yu Ming. Therefore, I want to ask the Rock Brothers to take action. Even if the number one hero and the rest benefit from it, we cannot let Yu Ming succeed. Lu Mingma said. Originally, he did not plan to do so. If the Rock brothers also wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, he naturally could not make such a request that would harm others without benefiting himself. However, the Rock brothers were not interested in the position of the human emperor. Therefore, Lu Mingma thought of this method. If the Rock brothers could stop Yu Ming with all their strength, even if they failed, it would be enough for the number one hero and Sun Qin to take advantage of the situation. Anyway, it would be enough to prevent Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal. This, Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a smile. The new emperor's position and Lu Limo's marriage. So, this was the Yu clan's grand scheme. Du Xiaofu's original plan for this trip to the Sacred Hall, aside from wanting to enter the Sacred Hall to gain enlightenment, was to stop the Yu family from getting what they wanted no matter what they were plotting. Chapter 2331. Brother Rock seems to have a grudge with the Yu clan. This is also killing two birds with one stone. If you can stop Yu Ming, I, Lu Mingma, am willing to do anything to repay you. Lu Mingma thought that Du Xiaofu was in a difficult position. This was the last method he could think of. That's too serious. However, I will do my best. Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that as long as he stopped Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal, he would be unable to become the new emperor. His marriage with Lu Limo would also be ruined. This was killing two birds with one stone. At that time, the Yu clan would probably go crazy from anger. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel happy. This could be considered as collecting some interest first. Then today Yu Ming would be unlucky. Really? Thank you, Rock Emperor. If I were a woman, I would definitely repay you with my body. Unfortunately, I'm not. Lu Mingma was suddenly very happy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was wearing a purple robe and had a resolute face. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He said, "How about this? When the time comes, you can pursue my sister. I will definitely help you put in a good word. If you become my brother-in-law, then we will be family in the future." Forget it. Du Xiaofu thought of Ouyang Shuang. Last time, he had only spoken a few words with Lu Limo, but he had already suffered. If he really married that woman, Ouyang Shuang, that tomboy, would probably go crazy. At that time, he would definitely suffer. Master, little brother Rock Emperor. After a moment, Du Xiaofu walked out of the Lu clan's courtyard. Lin Feng, Lu Qingping, and the others immediately went up to welcome him. Old Lu was also very polite. At this moment, there were many figures in the courtyard. They were the experts and elders of the Lu clan. There were also some of the younger generation with high status. They seemed to be waiting for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded at old Lu and Lu Qingping. His gaze swept across the figures around him. Then he secretly raised his eyes and saw a familiar woman. Today, she was wearing a light purple long dress. Her figure was graceful and elegant, but her face still revealed a cold and enchanting temperament. She was extraordinary and moving. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Lu Limo. This was Lu Limo. In just a few days, her injuries seemed to have recovered. Her face was rosy, but it couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Lu Limo's injuries were at most 40% better. This recovery speed was already very shocking. The Lu family shouldn't be able to take out so many resources to help her recover. It must be because of the master behind Lu Limo that Lu Limo mentioned. As Du Xiaofu walked over, Lu Limo also looked at Du Xiaofu. The day before yesterday, when she was recuperating in seclusion in the secret room, she also felt the movement on the heaven list. That vast aura was like a supreme emperor that could not be provoked, and it made her tremble for a moment. He looks much better now. As expected, clothes make the man. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma, who were beside Lu Limo, looked at Du Xiaofu. His purple robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked much more pleasing to the eye, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Brother Rock Emperor, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Lu Limo. Lu Limo introduced Lu Limo to Du Xiaofu. I've heard a lot about you. Du Xiaofu smiled at Lu Limo. Lu Limo nodded slightly as a response. Her face was still cold, and her temperament was still enchanting. My elder sister was heavily injured, and her injuries have yet to recover. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about Yuming. Lu Limo sighed. She was heavily injured by that Saint Beast Realm ape. It's already very good that she recovered so quickly, Du Xiaofu said casually. The demonic ape's strength was definitely at the bottom of the same level. Lu Limo had yet to step into the Saint Realm, and there was a huge gap between them. That kind of injury would have killed most people, but Lu Limo was still able to recover so quickly. It was not easy. How do you know that I was injured by that ape? Suddenly, Lu Limo's eyes lit up as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "This matter has already spread. Many people know that Yuming risked his life to save you." Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu and her eyes flickered. Then she calmed down and said softly, "It's getting late. Let's go. Let's go." Lu Qingping walked up with a smile. There was a spirit, bird, demon, beast mount already waiting for him. With Lu Limo's status, a portion of the Lu family could ride the beast mount directly to the sacred palace. A moment later, the spiritual beast screeched and soared into the sky. It crossed the void and headed towards the depths of the sacred city. "Hey, are you really not interested in the human emperor's position?" On the back of the flying beast, Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu and curled her lips. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and laughed. "With my strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with them. I don't want to bully them." At this moment, Du Xiaofu was speaking the truth. With his strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with those sovereigns for the human emperor seal. However, Du Xiaofu's words made the Lu family's experts, elders, and some young disciples on the beast cluck their tongues. Wasn't he too arrogant? However, no one cared. They thought that Du Xiaofu was purposely teasing Lu Yunma. "Humph, you only know how to brag." Lu Yunma snorted and despised Du Xiaofu. "I'm serious. I don't want to bully them." Du Xiaofu looked very serious. "Che." Lu Yunmo rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was too good at bragging. She then ignored Du Xiaofu and was too lazy to talk to him. Lu Limo had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She had a calm expression on her beautiful face. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sacred city from his beast mount. The vast sacred city was really big. The wide streets were filled with people, heading towards the depths of the sacred city. Their eyes were filled with awe and passion. There were many discussions about who would become the new emperor this time. Such a grand event was only for the younger generation. It wasn't for the Saint Realm. With Du Xiaofu's state of mind, there was nothing to be excited about. Although the sacred city was vast, it didn't take long for them to cross it with the speed of flying mounts. There were fewer buildings in front of them, and more mountains appeared. They were as tall as the clouds, majestic and majestic. There were also waterfalls that cascaded down from the sky. These mountains were magnificent. There were spiritual birds and strange beasts shuttling back and forth. The clouds were misty, and the energy of heaven and earth was like flowing lights. Under the sunlight, the clouds were steaming, and it was incomparably magnificent. What a rich imperial palace dragon Qi! In the void, the imperial palace dragon Qi was so rich that it surprised Du Xiaofu. The rich imperial palace dragon Qi overflowed from the void and drilled into his body. It's the imperial palace dragon Qi. When the imperial palace dragon Qi entered his body, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that it was the imperial palace dragon Qi. What he felt the day before was right. There was actually such a terrifying imperial palace dragon Qi in the sacred city. This made Du Xiaofu ponder. If he could refine his body with such a rich imperial palace dragon qi, it would be a great opportunity. But Du Xiaofu knew that it would be very difficult, almost impossible, at his level of cultivation. To refine his body with the imperial palace's dragon qi would require an enormous amount of imperial palace's dragon qi. The super experts hidden in the Sage Hall would definitely not agree. However, Du Xiaofu secretly pondered in his heart. If there was a chance, he could give it a try. The benefits of such a rich imperial palace dragon qi were too great. Brother Rock Emperor, we have arrived at the sacred palace. Lu Mingma's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. They had arrived at the sacred city in front of them. That is, following the direction that Lu Mingma was pointing at, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and was immediately shocked. His eyes trembled. It was too shocking. A vast square appeared like a plain. It was surrounded by dense, majestic mountains that towered into the clouds. And behind the plain-like square, there was an ancient building that looked like a pagoda, but wasn't a pagoda. It was like a majestic mountain that rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. The majestic building was even bigger than a mountain. It soared into the sky, and the top couldn't be seen. Golden light surged. Such a majestic ancient building was even more majestic than the surrounding mountains. It was too huge. Even if a ferocious bird that was thousands of feet in size flew in front of it, it would only be like a small bird. Soon, the spiritual bird flew to the square and approached the ancient building. This was the sacred palace. Looking at it from afar, Du Xiaofu felt that compared to the majestic building, it was like comparing an elephant to an ant. This feeling didn't only come from the size, but also from an invisible, vast aura. The ancient building emitted a boundless aura as if it had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. A majestic imperial dragon aura and an ancient aura fluctuated. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the boundless, majestic pressure. This place is very mysterious. It's a sacred land of treasures. Du Xiaofu exclaimed. He was very shocked and his heart was surging. This was the first time he had seen such a place. It was very ancient and seemed to contain endless secrets. On the square, densely packed figures had already gathered. It was as if they were going to cover the entire square. There were hundreds of millions of them. Although the human race's physical body was inferior to the demonic beasts, especially those supreme demonic beasts, they were born with powerful innate talents and divine abilities. They were very powerful and were born as powerful creatures. The human race couldn't compare at all. However, the human race's reproduction speed wasn't something that demonic beasts could compare with. The human race's growth time was also far faster than demonic beasts. This was the human race's advantage. In the long years, the human race in this fearsome land had gradually risen and their numbers had increased. This was a grand occasion for the human race. So many people had come. However, it was far from everyone. There were very few people who could enter the sacred city. Soon, the spiritual bird flew past the square and directly arrived in front of the sacred palace. Lu Limo opened her eyes. With a flash of light, her graceful figure floated down. The crowd followed closely behind. The sacred palace was in front of them, and they had to be respectful. A blue stone staircase appeared. There were hundreds of steps, and it was overflowing with light. Faint runes flickered, accompanied by a faint golden light. It was incomparably sacred. Lu Limo led the crowd up the stairs and appeared in front of the sacred palace. Chapter 2332. The divine palace was huge and majestic. It stood in front of Lin Fan, and he couldn't see the top of it. After countless years of carving, the divine palace was ancient and filled with golden light. As he stood below the sacred hall, Du Xiaofu felt an unparalleled pressure that made his soul tremble. For some reason, he was filled with awe and the urge to kneel down and worship. This was the highest pure land of the human clan in the fearsome grounds. The experts of the human clan gathered here. It was the holy land of the human clan. Amazing! Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. This place was too amazing. The divine palace stood there as if it was overlooking all living beings. This posture and aura was as immovable as a mountain and as solid as a rock. This was to suppress the fate of the entire human clan. This is the divine palace. At this moment, Lin Feng, Lin Pu, and the rest of the Lin family village had never seen such a place. Under the vast and invisible aura, their bodies trembled and their legs went soft. It was as if they were going to crawl on the ground at any time. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu saw many people in front of the divine palace. He had seen many of them before. Outside the divine palace, there was a small square. In fact, it wasn't small. In fact, it was very big. However, compared to the square behind it, it was very small. On one side of the square, on the other side of the huge divine palace, there were about 1,000 seats set up. Almost all of them were filled with invisible and powerful auras. Those who were qualified to sit were all top experts or people with extraordinary status. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. He had seen many of them in the square the day before yesterday and in the Lu family village yesterday. They were all top experts of the major forces. Among them, there was Sun Bufan of the Sun family and many other half-step saints. There were also some figures that made Du Xiaofu's gaze linger for a while. In the lineup of the major families, Ji Qianqing, Jiang Yiting, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, the number one hero, Sun Qin, and a few other young supremes that he had seen when he first entered the holy city were all seated. Noticing Lu Limo's arrival, Ji Qianqing, Ren Yuan, and the others also looked over. Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the others nodded at Lu Limo and smiled. Their smiles were very moving, causing many men to be infatuated with them. The arrival of the Lu clan attracted the attention of everyone present. The experts of the various clans were also in an uproar. Lu Limo's status as the number one human of the younger generation was higher than everyone present. Many experts nodded to Lu Limo politely. Because of Lu Limo, the Lu family also had 3 seats in the stands. Elder Lu and Lu Limo sat upright, but Lu Qingping was very polite and insisted on pulling Du Xiaofu to sit down. That won't do. Du Xiaofu shook his head. After all, Lu Qingping was the head of the Lu family. It didn't matter if he stood for a while. Brother Rock Emperor, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Lu Qingping was sincere. Family head Lu, stop fighting. Brother Rock and Lin Feng, come and sit. Beside the Lu clan was the Sun clan. Sun Bufan stood up and warmly made space for Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng was now a member of the Sun clan. As Sun Wu's disciple, he was ranked 8th on the heaven ranking. It was enough for him to have an extraordinary status in the entire Sun clan. After that, Sun Wu introduced some of the important figures of the Sun clan to Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Even the experts of the Jiang clan and other forces took the initiative to stand up and join in, greeting Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu also nodded politely with a smile on his face. Is he Emperor Rock? I heard that Lin Feng is his disciple in name. This pair of master and disciple are so young. Behind the various forces and clans, there were many people standing. Many of them were young men and women, and they were all sizing up Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Du Xiaofu sat down. It was unknown if Sun Bufan did it intentionally or not, but he let Du Xiaofu sit beside Sun Qin. We meet again, Du Xiaofu greeted. Humph. Sun Qin glanced at Du Xiaofu, and a faint snort came from her throat. Her gaze was a little complicated, and she didn't even nod her head. Du Xiaofu was very depressed. It was as if he owed this woman millions. He didn't know how he had offended Sun Qin. How would Du Xiaofu know that he had completely offended Sun Qin? The Sun clan wanted him to marry into the Sun clan and let Sun Qin take in a son-in-law. Of course, Sun Qin also knew about it. At first, Sun Qin wasn't willing, and she objected. But later on, She found out that the guy actually said that he couldn't agree first and needed some time to consider. Everyone knew that this was clearly a rejection. She was the dignified Sun Qin. Although she wasn't as dazzling as Lu Limo, she was definitely one of the most dazzling people in the entire human race. If other people received this news, it would undoubtedly be a good thing that fell from the sky. Why would they reject it? But the guy beside her actually rejected her first. At this moment, he was even greeting her as if nothing had happened. Was he mocking her? But Sun Qin didn't know that Du Xiaofu had long forgotten about this. He didn't even think about it. At this moment, in the Jiang clan, Jiang Yuting's gaze also fell on Du Xiaofu secretly. Her figure was graceful, and her temperament was untainted by the world. It was very moving. Jiang Yuting was also ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Her lithe and exquisite body faintly emitted a vast and formless pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Yesterday, the experts of the Jiang clan also went to the Lu clan and offered some conditions. They wanted to marry an extraordinary descendant of the Jiang clan, but in the end, that guy actually targeted her. This made Jiang Yuting a little unhappy. So what if she was ranked 5th on the heaven roll? It didn't represent her strength. From the moment she was born, because of the Jiang clan and the first clan, she had been together with the first hero. Everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. She had never interacted with other men, although there were young supreme beings in the various great clans who had her in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it so directly. Looking at the purple-robed man, Jiang Yuting's eyes took a few more glances. She didn't know why, but he seemed to be very pleasing to the eye. Originally, she was very disdainful in her heart yesterday. But now that she saw him again, the disdain in Jiang Yuting's heart seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. She murmured in her heart, "Extraordinary talent and looks okay, but he's a lecher." Du Xiaofu sat upright. The experts and elders of the Sun clan around him were also very polite. Du Xiaofu also smiled and nodded his head in response. Not far away, Lu Limo, who was sitting upright, closed her eyes again. Behind her, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma stood quietly. At this moment, there were many beautiful women in the entire place. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. However, as Lu Limo sat there quietly, she was unknowingly more beautiful than the rest. Within her enchanting and cold temperament, there was the dignity and nobility of a Nirvana realm grand sovereign. Coupled with her graceful figure and enchanting temperament, it formed a natural allure. Roar! A demonic beast mount roared, shaking the void and startling the entire place. Countless gazes followed the sound. Several ferocious, demonic beasts came. Many dazzling figures landed below the bluestone steps. The aura on their bodies was vast and slowly retracted. The people who came were from the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. There were many powerful auras, and many of the Yu clan's younger generation who had extraordinary talent. The first to arrive was Yu Ming, Yu Jigong, and the others. The people from the Yu clan walked up to their seats and greeted the people from the other clans. It was as if the matter of the other clans obstructing Yu Bull a few days ago didn't happen. Then everyone sat down. Du Xiaofu couldn't be bothered with the people from the Yu clan. He sat upright and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of this grand occasion. But soon Du Xiaofu frowned. With his sharp senses, he felt an unfriendly gaze landing on him. Following that gaze, Du Xiaofu turned his head and saw the owner of that gaze. It was Yu Ming from the Yu clan. His eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and viciousness. But soon, a smile returned to his face. He walked to the Lu clan and stopped in front of Lu Limo. He was very concerned and asked in a soft voice, "Limo, how are your injuries?" "I'm fine." Lu Limo opened her eyes. Her expression was calm and indifferent. She only replied with a simple word. Lu Limo's indifferent attitude caused Yu Ming's expression to darken. Looking at the cold and enchanting woman in front of him, Yu Ming thought that after today, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to her. At that time, she wouldn't be so cold and enchanting anymore. She would still be flipped upside down by him. Thinking of this, Yu Ming didn't mind. He continued to smile and said to Lu Limo, "That's good. You must recover quickly." Lu Limo glanced at Yu Ming indifferently. Then, for some reason, she looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in her eyes. She said to Yu Ming, "I've recovered quite a bit. I have to thank the Rock Emperor for treating me these few days." Hearing this, everyone's gazes moved and immediately looked at Du Xiaofu with deep meaning. Many people smiled faintly. Everyone knew that Lu Limo didn't like Yu Ming all these years. He had proposed marriage several times but was rejected. Just now, her attitude towards Yu Ming was neither warm nor cold, but she had a smile in her eyes towards Emperor Rock. Furthermore, the Rock Emperor had rejected all the major forces and families and chose the Lu family. This made people think too much. When Lu Limo's voice fell, Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting's expressions changed slightly. Elder Lu and Lu Qingping's expressions also changed. They were very surprised. As the person involved, Du Xiaofu was even more confused. When did he treat that woman's injuries? But thinking about it, Du Xiaofu already understood that Lu Limo wasn't interested in Yu Ming. She did this on purpose and used him as a tool. This woman knew Yu Ming's character very well. She purposely used Huyin on him. As expected, Du Xiaofu saw Yu Ming's gaze. It was like a poisonous snake, but it was hidden very well. Yu Ming's lips didn't move, but he transmitted a message to Du Xiaofu. "Brat, you purposely hid in the Lu family. You have to know that there are some people you can't touch. You will pay the price later. Do you think that with your qualifications, Limo will be interested in you?" Chapter 2333. Du Xiaofu chuckled and ignored Yu Ming. He looked at Lu Limo with concern and said, "Limo, is this the Yu Ming you said was bothering you? Don't mind him. Your injuries are more important." "What? Fetus?" Everyone's eyes jumped when they heard that. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. Fetus? Then Emperor Rock and Lu Limo, could they be? Someone spoke. Although his voice was soft, it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. The expressions of the Yu clan members changed greatly. Yu Ming's eyes twitched, and he stared at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. There seems to be a story behind this. Is the cooked duck of the Yu family going to fly away? Then the experts of the major families looked at the Yu family members with half smiles. They were happy to watch the show. The number one hero, Ji Qianqing, Sun Qin, and the other young primes were even more surprised. At this moment, Lu Limo could no longer maintain her calm expression as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She had indeed intended to draw the fire onto the Rock Emperor, but she never imagined that this fellow would actually be so brazen as to shoot his mouth off without thinking. He's taking revenge. Lu Limo took a deep breath. She knew that he was taking revenge on purpose. He didn't want to be used, so he was taking revenge on her. Lu Limo's expression returned to normal. She was cold and enchanting. Then she closed her eyes again. She didn't plan to respond. She knew that this would only make things worse. Seeing that Lu Limo didn't seem to have any intention of responding, the major forces and families around couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were all secretly guessing whether this was true or not. If it was true, it would be interesting. Even if it was false, it would be enough for the entire human race to laugh at Yu Ming for many years. Yu Ming stood in front of Lu Limo. His face was green and red, and it was extremely ugly. This was definitely more sullen than being slapped in the face. Looking at Yu Ming's expression, the number one hero, Sun Qin, Ji Qianqing, and the others secretly laughed. Emperor Rock was really bold. He was clearly trying to embarrass Yu Ming. Elder Lu, Lu Qingping, Lu Yunma, and Lu Hongyu were all dumbfounded. They didn't know if it was true or not. On the other hand, Lu Mingma was very happy and hoped that this was true. Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but there are some words you can't say. Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. Under the gazes of everyone present, he couldn't get off the stage. His expression was extremely ugly. Du Xiaofu sat upright and looked at the square below him. As time passed, more and more people poured in from all directions on the square that was as large as a plain. The black mass of people joined together to form a sea of people. Everyone looked up at the sacred palace in awe. Some people were still kneeling on the ground and worshipping. There were even some people who were prostrating themselves on the ground in the most devout worship. Under such a scene, Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. No wonder the dragon Qi in the palace was so rich and extraordinary. The devout worship of all the humans gathered into a vast dragon Qi, suppressing the fate of the entire human race. However, Du Xiaofu's indifference made Yu Ming feel like he was slapped in the face again. The other party actually ignored him. In the entire human race, who would dare to treat him like this? Even some of the Saint Realm experts in the human race wouldn't dare to do this. Brat, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. His expression was so gloomy that it couldn't be suppressed. The aura on his body fluctuated, and the light in his eyes became dazzling. He was just thinking about how the enchanting and cold woman would feel under him. At this moment, it was no different from being cuckolded. No man could endure it. Du Xiaofu still ignored him. Instead, he was more interested in the crowd in the square. The densely packed figures formed a sea of people. Although everyone was in awe, there were also sounds of discussion that converged into a torrent that spread out into the void. Nephew Ming, the grand event is about to begin. Yu Jigong called out to Yu Ming. At this moment, all the major forces and clans were present. If this continued, even if they killed the brat, it wouldn't be honorable. Moreover, if they attacked in front of the sacred palace, it would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to them. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't suppress the chill in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Everyone's eyes lit up. The sea of people below also quieted down. Boom! At the same time, the depths of the sacred palace trembled. Golden light began to burst from the depths of the sacred palace. It was like auspicious clouds that filled the air with mighty pressure. Dazzling lights of various colors spread out in the air. The dazzling lights were like divine splendor, making it so that few could open their eyes to look directly at them. As the lights appeared, nearly 30 figures walked out from the dazzling lights in the square before the sacred palace. Their imposing auras filled the square. The auras of these people were powerful. Their eyes were dazzling, causing the entire square to fall silent. Their spiritual souls trembled. Cultivators of the Saint Plane. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also moved. These dozens of figures were of the Saint Plane. Among them, there were some figures that he had seen in the square that day. One of them was an old man with shoulder-length black and white hair. He wore a light-colored robe. His figure was thin, and his eyes shone with frightening light. It was Yu Bo. Feng Wanran, who had appeared in the Feng clan that day, was also among them. He wore a gray robe embroidered with patterns. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his black eyebrows, which were half the length of a finger, stood out. He was very eye-catching. One of them was a slender and muscular middle-aged man who was wrapped in a hazy halo. His eyes shone like lightning. One of them was an old woman with a kind face. Dazzling runes were faintly discernible around her. From afar, she looked like a sun that was converging. She contained a powerful aura. One of them was a tall, middle-aged man. His black hair was loose, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very mighty. One of them was a beautiful woman in a long dress. Her eyes were like water. Her eyes were dazzling. These cultivators were all of the middle stage of the Saint Plane. They could not escape the detection of Du Xiaofu's sharp, primordial spirit power. Du Xiaofu had seen these Saint Plane cultivators in the square before. city Lord Sunchang, Yuchenza, and the others were also among them. These figures appeared high up in the sky. Waves of invisible pressure filled the sky and the earth, solidifying the void. "Greetings, Elder!" The entire city shouted. Some people knelt down and saluted. Under such pressure, those who were weaker collapsed to the ground. In front of the sacred palace, the cultivators of the various clans also stood up and saluted the 30, or So Saint Plain, cultivators. Chapter 2334. Lu Limo, Yuming, the number 1 hero, Sun Qin, and the other young sovereigns also stood up in awe. Du Xiaofu also stood up to avoid attracting attention. Most of them were cultivators of the Saint Plain from the major clans and forces. After reaching the Saint Plain, these people's status in the entire human race became even more extraordinary. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the 2 old men in the middle. They looked quite old, but their faces were ruddy. Waves of pressure emanated from their bodies, and it felt as if they were above everyone else. The aura of these 2 old men was similar to Du Xiaofu's, but different from Yu Bol's and Feng Wanran's. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yu Bol's, their pressure was much more vast and majestic. The nourishment of the imperial palace's dragon qi. But Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that these 2 old men had an additional imperial palace's dragon qi on them. They had to absorb the imperial palace's dragon qi to cultivate for a long time in the sacred hall to have such an effect. Of the 2 old men, the first one was dressed in a yellow robe. His figure looked old, but his aura was stronger than Yu Bol's and Feng Wanran's. The second old man was dressed in a gray robe embroidered with dragon patterns. His eyes were golden, and his aura was no weaker than the yellow-robed old man beside him. "Rise! Rise!" When these Saint Plain cultivators appeared, they waved their long sleeves, indicating for everyone to rise. Their voices were not loud, but they resounded through the sky and fell clearly into everyone's ears. Those are the Saint Plain cultivators of the major clans. I wonder when we will be able to step into the Saint Plain. Inside and outside the square, everyone stood up and whispers rang out. These Saint Plain cultivators did not pay attention to the discussions around them. They all looked above the sacred hall as if they were waiting for something. The cultivators of the major clans did not take their seats. They stood where they were and waited respectfully. Could it be that the emperor is coming? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sacred hall, and a brilliant golden light shone out. "Welcome, Emperor." Suddenly, the yellow-robed elder whose body was suffused with the imperial palace's draconic aura spoke. His voice reverberated in everyone's ears and was capable of shaking their primordial spirits. At this moment, the gazes of the various powers and clans both inside and outside the square trembled violently. Boom! Golden light surged from the depths of the Sage Palace. At that moment, it was as if the entire Sage Palace had come to life. A great pressure connected the heavens and the earth, spreading out from within the Sage Palace. It was accompanied by a golden light that intertwined with each other. It was dazzling as if a golden sun had risen. A silhouette appeared in the void before the Sage Hall, shrouded in golden light. There was a faint golden dragon circling around him, exuding imperial might. Human sovereign. As that figure appeared, all the great clans and forces in the square immediately bowed to him. Even Yu Bol and the others were no exception. They had to lower their heads. "Greetings, human emperor." On the square that was like a plain, densely packed groups of people rose and fell as they knelt, and they were worshipping from afar. The waves of sound converged and shot into the sky, shaking the sky. That was the human emperor, the leader of the human race. What a dense imperial palace dragon qi. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved inwardly. There was a fluctuation of energy in his body that was forcefully suppressed. The imperial palace dragon qi on that figure was too dense. Du Xiaofu could see that it was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He had a majestic figure and a dignified temperament. His entire body was covered in imperial palace dragon qi, as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. This middle-aged man's cultivation level should be similar to the Beast Alliance's chief, but Du Xiaofu knew very well that as long as this middle-aged man was inside the Sage Palace, with the Imperial Palace Dragon Qi protecting him, even Yu Bol, Feng Wanran, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They might even be suppressed. In the void, the golden light was fading, revealing the human emperor's body. He floated in midair, and his majestic aura connected the heavens and the earth. It was clear that every move he made contained the power of the heavens and the earth, capable of suppressing everything. Rise! The human emperor spoke. His eyes were dignified and golden light flickered. His figure slowly descended from the void and appeared on a high platform at the front of the seats. There was a golden dragon throne that was covered in mysterious talisman patterns. The human emperor sat on it. Only then did Yu Bol, Feng Wanran, and the other cultivators of the major forces and clans take their seats. Not far ahead, on the high platform behind the human emperor, there was another high platform. There were many seats arranged for the Saint Plain cultivators of the major forces and clans. After everyone took their seats, the old man in the yellow robe, who was surrounded by the Imperial Palace Dragon Qi, stood up. His body was trembling, but his eyes were bright as he looked up and down the square. At that moment, all the major clans, forces, and humans looked up with anticipation, awe, and excitement. On behalf of the Sage Palace, I announce that the competition for the next human emperor will now begin. The voice was old and faint, but it contained a formless majesty. It resounded through the void, and it was loud enough for the billions of beings present to hear clearly. Boom! Before these words were finished, the entire place was already filled with excited shouts, cheers, and shouts. They shot up into the sky and shook the 9 heavens. The yellow-robed old man faintly smiled as he gazed at the boiling crowd. He continued to speak. Now all the young supreme talents who are qualified to enter the arena. His voice rang out. At that moment, amidst the deafening uproar, his voice still landed clearly in the ears of all the living beings in the square. Hearing the words of the old man in the yellow robe, many figures walked out from the major forces. Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Sun Qin, Yao Tianwu, and the others all looked up. Whoosh! Secretly glancing at Du Xiaofu, Yu Ming tapped the ground lightly, and his figure flew out. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, he landed in the middle of a small square in front of the Sage Palace. After bowing to the human emperor, he swept his long sleeves and stood straight. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura shook the void. Whoosh, whoosh! Immediately after, Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Yao Tianwu, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the others all flew into the sky. Their figures were either majestic or graceful, and they instantly appeared in the square. Lu Yunma and many other supreme beings also flew out from the various big families and powers and landed on the square. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on a young man in white. His eyes were deep and bright, and his temperament was extraordinary. He was also very handsome. This young man was a Nirvana supreme being from the Feng family. Du Xiaofu guessed that he should be the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Feng family, Feng Wucha. The whole square was in an uproar. They were all young supreme beings with boundless prospects. They were almost certain to become powerful experts. To be able to participate in the competition for the new human emperor, one had to be a supreme being on the heaven roll. This qualification was irrelevant to strength and cultivation. In order to select the human emperor, other than strength, one also needed the human emperor's personality. Lin Feng was also qualified. He had the title of a supreme being on the heaven roll. However, seeing that his master did not enter the square, Lin Feng did not move. He just stood behind Du Xiaofu.